I am so sorry, guys. Uh, I was just in the process of making coffee when I checked in with my dad, so that took up a little extra time. I would have been back about 90 seconds. Let me see who's chatted. Hey there, both Axel and Mr. Rowan Darcy. Welcome to the streams, and Mr. Rowan Darcy, thank you again for that extension on the time and waking me up. I did not have great sleep. I also went to sleep early and then late, so yay. Uh, Welcome, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Breath of the Wild. I promise streaming daily is not supposed to be an occurrence around here. I'm gonna get that shout out going. Also, it just occurred to me that I did not set the social stream ninja extension up again. Yep. Hey there, the Legend of Zelda fan that plays Roblox over on the YouTube side. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you again. Sorry for missing your messages. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. How are you in health and spirit? Please let me know if the sounds are not coming in properly, or if, you can't hear me and all that. I got a double typo. It's all good. I already covered the shout out, but I appreciate you helping, Mr. Rowan Darcy. I will leave that to you next time so we aren't doing typos and stuff. As a reminder, we are multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch and YouTube. If you guys want to say hello to each other, feel free, though I do not recommend a cross-platform conversation. That's going to be really hard to keep up with, promise. But saying hi should at least be reasonable. You sound tired? Are you fine? I just woke up. I woke up maybe 20 minutes ago, and I had to shower and get ready. So this is my morning voice, so to speak. Yeah, my sleep has not been great lately. Before we begin, I am, of course, going to go ahead and thank our current subscribers. Thank you to Sizzling Seal and Epona Croutons for their packages. I, of course, will be checking this particular thing today in case the subscriptions have lapsed, but thank you anyway. Hope you guys enjoyed those packages. I didn't know you have the same voice as usual. Hey, what can I say? My vocal cords are kind of relaxed first thing in the morning, and they have to tighten up after some time talking. I don't have any current patrons or coffee members or anyone who's given one-off donations at the moment, but thank you to everybody. Oh no, I'm showered and ready to go. Oh, wait, no, you're talking to a different person. That's right. I don't have any current members or patrons or donators, but thank you to the folks who've donated in the past. That means a lot. Without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and switch this up and get going. So, recap. Also, shifting my position so that I'm a little more in alignment. So, last time on Breath of the Wild, we did a lot of the remaining shrines and Korok seeds in Hyrule Field. We did basically almost everything up to Tabantha. And then we also got a couple of shrines just slightly off the map. More importantly, we saw the memory at Safula Park, and we picked up not one, not two, but three. I'm gesturing with my fingers off camera like that's supposed to help. but 3, horse items, bridles and saddles and stuff. It's no big deal, Axel. I streamed yesterday because that was a makeup stream. I certainly don't expect people to keep up with bonus streams or makeup streams. That's a lot to ask of people. How do you get horse items? You do quests. That's mainly how you do them. I also suggested considering grabbing the rest of the ancient horse set. So I think what I've decided on that is that I will, but I do want to at least activate the tower and get through the Lost Woods first. That way we at least have the area to come back to, and then we can maybe consider going and grabbing the ancient horse stuff. I think that's going to be a bit of a compromise today. I hope everybody enjoyed the thumbnail, by the way. I have not plastered it to the public portion yet, but if anyone's got, membership access to the Discord, you're definitely going to be in for a treat. Let me make sure I'm not missing any messages. Okay, this conversation was between Axel and Mr. Rowan Darcy, so I'm not gonna mention too much about that. Some are from quests, quests, chests, and some are unique to specific horses. Tomorrow you're gonna need to pack, going on a trip to your future city. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that, because that'll be what you get used to when you move out of the dorms, right? This trip is going to be costly, though, I can imagine. Any kind of a... By the way, Coin, just call me Darcy. It's shorter. Okay, got it. Darcy it is, then. Sorry, I'm quite formal. I have a bad habit of using the full streamer name, full Twitch platform name. For the record, guys, please feel free to do what Mr. Rowan Darcy or Darcy just did by telling me, hey, if you want me to refer to you by a shorter name or some other different name, please do so. I can't promise I'll remember it all the time, but I'll make my best effort to do so. Let me just shift that a little bit to the left, right here. You can call me however you want. I can't wait to ride the real-life Veruda. That's awesome. I'll probably just shorten it to Axel then, since you've given me permission. I think that'll be decent enough. Let me just do one last check on the YouTube side. Oh, I was mixing up chats. I'm glad to hear that you're well, the Legend of Zelda fan that plays Roblox. And no worries about missing the stream. Like I said, I certainly don't expect anybody to, keep up with the bonus or makeup streams, even if they are scheduled on the calendar. It's just a lot to ask of people. I wish Twitch gave me the option to use a nickname without changing your username. Yeah, like Discord. Hey there, J Gaming Animations. I'm glad you could make it. Welcome back to the stream. I need to shift to the right. I'm doing a bad here. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. You're playing Tears of the Kingdom, but you're still here? That's awesome. I hope you enjoy Tears of the Kingdom, and it just occurred to me that I need to sign into streamer.bot again, so that sign-in is taken care of, and now I can issue commands on that platform. Good. Or you wish Twitch would allow me to be called Axel LPS like on YouTube without the underscore? Yeah. These are the little things that you could probably talk to Dan Clancy about. That's the owner for Twitch. That's specifically the CEO of that platform. He has a direct both X and I'm pretty sure a Blue Sky social media account. You could totally talk to him and at least lodge the suggestion. You can also find the Twitch PR account on those same social media platforms and probably mention it mention it on there as well, and see if they see what kind of a response you get. Naming restrictions on platforms are so weird and inconsistent. I know YouTube has like the better surface level features, but Twitch has like the better depth of mechanical like streaming stuff. By the way, Coin, you'll be hopping off at Forest to shower and getting ready for Vampire the Masquerade. Got it. It's fine. I'm Axel LPS on YouTube and Axel_LPS everywhere else. Nod. I know what different naming conventions are like. I have 2 totally different names for 2 totally different platforms. It is something I'm gonna be looking to change here, perhaps today. I forgot the whole. I didn't forget the conversation, but I definitely had other things come up. Also, I've been trying a new eye drop regimen for my right eye. It is helping. The saline drops have been helpful for keeping the ocular stress to my eye down, among other things. Okay. Goal for today, I want to just clearly iterate it in the video and not or in the VOD and not not just talk about it passively. Today's goal is the following: get to the center of the Lost Woods, grab the teleport there, then start going down south to get the ancient horse set, as was discussed. I'm trying to remember if there are technically 2 other stables we could meet Hestu at, but I think that's kind of a well, I don't know. No, that might be I did say it was a dialogue as well. Not 100% sure. You used to have so many names as well, but you figured it's better to have one name and be recognized everywhere. Yeah, having different names hurts brand recognition, so there's that. I should fix your name on your platforms and get back to posting regularly. Maybe I'll try posting shorts of my island progress. That would be neat. That would be fun. All right, not gonna stay too long. No problem, Axel. Thank you for coming for any length of time. Please go get rest. You are definitely gonna need it for tomorrow, as well as all the packing and stuff. If I see you again, great. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your day. Have or night, and have some nice, fitful, restful sleep. Okay. Now that we had that all set up, let's actually get started. So technically there are 2 other stables that we can find Hestu at if we want to get some early exchanges done and some dialogue. I'm probably going to skip out on those. And I'll maybe, like, load the save back. I don't know. I actually don't know how I should handle this. Because on one hand, that is dialogue. On the other hand, from what I've read, the dialogue is basically so inconsequential as to not really be not even worth covering. Which Divine Beast are you planning to do next? I have decided that we are, in fact, going to, would the dialogue not be considered part of the 100%? By game standards, no. By the standards I've set for the game, yes. Okay, then what I need to do, you're right, you're bringing up a good point. I'll get back to answering that question in just a second, on J Gaming. We're going to, hey there, Bear Type. Glad you could make it. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Hopefully you're well in health and spirit today. Hope you enjoy your stay. You've come just in time. I need to pull up the locations where we can find Hestu and do like 3 other different things at once. Let me also switch panels. Oh, there's so many things I should have done before starting the stream today. Yeah, I got no school tomorrow, so you can be here today. Awesome. That's awesome. Hopefully it's for a good reason and not the, oh crap, disaster happened. That's kind of a bad reason to not to have school, but yeah. Okay, right. Getting back to J Gaming, so sorry for that delay there. Yes, I will be doing Va Rudania, but not today. That is the next one, just not today. The plan is to at least get the Lost Woods, like, started, get those, like, teleport points, like, all figured out. So, like, the shrine locations, basically. Get that sorted, and then start heading down south toward Hylia and Farron to get the, Ancient Horse set. That's pretty much going to be our goal. And Va Rudania probably won't be for another 5 episodes, I would say. Another 4 or 5. We basically waited 4 episodes to do this particular thing. And I think 4 to 5 is relatively good pacing if we're going for all Koroks. Maybe eventually we'll be able to mix progress back in, but at the rate we're discovering regions and stuff, that probably is not going to be the case. I hope I've answered your question. And Mr. Rowan Darcy did also answer on Twitch as well. Thank you again, Mr. Rowan Darcy. You, I'm sorry, Darcy. Formal. Sorry. Thank you for that. Riverside Stable, Wetland Stable, and Woodland Stable. Okay, so let's take a look at the stables we've discovered so far. So I met him at the Wetland Stable. I've also met him at the Riverside Stable, I'm quite sure. And then there's the Woodland Stable. That's the Outskirts Stable. Woodland Stable suggests, Woodland Stable suggests an area we haven't been to yet. Would that be correct? I'm thinking of either Akala or, like, Farron. Ooh, also there was the whole thing with the apple trees again. I never did go back and sort that out. I guess what we're gonna do is quickly go try to sort that out. Let me see. I have the interactive map pulled up so I can sort of figure out where the stable is. Or it could not be in the filters. Let me fix that. Okay. If you guys want to have access to the map, by the way, please feel free to type in BOTW MAP. That's all lowercase, all one word, in the chat. Just past a bridge location. Okay, that's actually quite helpful. Oh, Woodland Stable. Is that, that's gotta be in the same area as where we're going. That's what I think. You can also type in BOTWCOORDMAP. That stands for the coordinate map. That's if you want to look at the object, like the detailed objects and stuff, like, or actors. You want to know where actors are. I'm using the interactive map because it's got nicer labels, but if you don't care about that stuff, you could totally get away with just using, you could totally get away with just using the interactive map. Sorry, let me demonstrate that one. Oh, you got it. Cool. And I'll go ahead and demonstrate the more complicated one on YouTube. There's the fancy map for the folks on YouTube. Please feel free to check either of those out. You can also pretty much any command that's on Twitch. It's also on YouTube, but just replace it with an asterisk. I realize that sounds confusing, but the idea is that we can differentiate the Twitch and YouTube commands by virtue of just knowing which platform they're on. Whenever I eventually get to streaming on Trovo, I do want to make that a thing this year. I've just lost it in the sauce compared to doing literally everything else. You know, I'll have to come up with I'll have to see what conventions for commands they'll accept, or maybe bot dependent. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I know you're hurling rocks back there. You can stop that now. All I want to do is fix this darn apple tree for like the last final time, assuming I haven't already collected the Koroks seed. The stable is on the way if you head north from the stable, just next to the Lanayru wetlands. That's gonna be there. That's gonna be the wetland stable. Okay. Head north from the stable. Yeah, I think I know which bridge it is. Let's fix this apple tree first, and then we'll get right on it. Really? Yeah, you would do that, wouldn't you? Stop. I'm trying to, like, do a puzzle here, man. Alright, so... this one, you want to knock off literally everything else. We had to wait so long to get this Korok. It's not even funny. All right, now we can at least remove that stamp. And now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay, cool, awesome, great, fantastic. So north from here, probably so it's either this bridge or it's that bridge. Hey now, he just had a bone to pick with you. You know what, fair. He did have a bone. It was, why did you take so long to come back here? Why did you take so long to come back here? You definitely didn't need to wait that long. West Bridge? Okay, so it's the one going more north than east. Got it. Hold on, I'm gonna crack that map open one more time. You said it was on the Lanayru side. I just need to make sure I visualized where I'm going. And I'm just gonna count the bridges. There are exactly 2 bridges. He had something to patella you about. I really need to make a sound effect or find a sound effect for that. I ate and slept yesterday. I'm so sorry. I would have at least worked on soundboard stuff today, but I'll take, you know what? Is at least succinct. Okay, so it's probably this one, because it was the, West Bridge. That's what you said, so it's this one. Just gotta actually get into position and start paragliding there. Although maybe... why am I going south? Yeah, okay. Let's do this. And now we get to do the fun part of the game. I'm kidding. Everything about it is fun. I think I see our stable right over there. Yeah, that is a nice view, isn't it? You got Death Mountain off in the distance. You got the woods over there. You've got, like, the Highland Fortress of Akawa. Once you look past that way, all that fun stuff. The mountain is very pretty at night. I will grant you that. The mountain is very pretty at night. This game has very good day and nighttime views. So I think that's our stable. I hope. Yeah, we're pretty squarely in the camp of off-map right now. So there's the woodland stable. Now, what we probably need to do is Hestu should be around on the outside somewhere. If we don't see him, that means he's at the other stable. I want that axe so badly. You just finished Echoes of Wisdom today? I don't want to spoil to you if you plan to play. You're good. I've been watching a YouTuber. Feel free to... although maybe... since this is multi-chat and all, people on Twitch, and I guess the other folks on YouTube, feel free to weigh in. If you don't want to be spoiled on Echoes of Wisdom, feel free to speak up. Or forever hold your peace. I guess we'll take a quick step in here. Oh, if you're willing to interrupt an old man looking over his grandchild, you must be in need of something. You aren't from around here, are you? Oh, okay. I didn't know the final boss wasn't Ganon. Was fun? Wow. That is a, that is an interesting fact. I guess it kind of makes sense, because Echoes of Wisdom is kind of meant to be like the mold breaker, right? Yeah, we didn't wait. You didn't wait for, like, any confirmation of, people saying yay or nay on the spoilers. That was the thing I was sort of waiting on. Hopefully people didn't want to play Echoes of Wisdom, or don't care about spoilers. It's all good. Not here to, like, overly critique you, just wait for confirmation. That's all. That's the lesson you have to take away from all this. When you get to my age, you can tell just by looking at people's faces. This here woodland stable borders the Elden region in Hyrule Field, a central fixture for travelers. Also, the Great Hyrule Forest, which is where the stable got its name, is right over yonder. That's real helpful directions. Do you want me to tell you about the surrounding area? Sure. Elden? Oh. Elden is northeast of here. It's a mountainous region with Death Mountain at its center. You can see Death Mountain from here, in fact, but only the backside of it. I'm just thinking about it. Didn't even wait a sec. It's all good. It's all good. Notice that I have already moved on from that subject. I just hope that the thing to take away from that is you gotta wait for confirmation. And I would have asked again, given enough of a pause. That's all. It's all good. I don't know why anyone would want to climb it, but if you're so inclined, the best approach is from Akala to the east. If you see Foothill Stable, you're on the right path. The maw of Death Mountain is near the stable, I can imagine. But Death Mountain is an active volcano. It's blazing hot up there. If you go unprepared, you're as good as dead. I got all the Koroks in the plateau, only searched 2 up. That must be either Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. I'm trying to think, is there a plateau in Tears of the Kingdom? There are like 3 maps that I'm aware of, so that's, getting a little complicated for people to remember, but... Let me just take a sip here. Here's a lovely, first question. Coffee, tea, or neither? What do people like to drink? What is a good morning beverage people like to drink? Us adults generally like tea and coffee. It keeps us awake to work long hours of the day and night, but I know a lot more people around the world prefer tea. It's just been a longer standing beverage for longer. But there are always other drinks, kombucha, juices, and so on. Yes. Is that a, that is both, isn't it? The plateau still exists, but has changed. Okay. Not drinking coffee, but you like tea, but less the leaf ones, more, let's say, the fruit, yeah, the fruit-infused teas. I could certainly see it. Coffee? Yeah, so we've got we got a coffee and tea house, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of, I need to reply back to the server owner or server moderator for the tea house I told people about yesterday. I've been asked, or I've been offered the opportunity to come up with the question of the day. So I'm deciding, I've been mulling over whether I want to or not for that server. Although these days you drink more Monster, unfortunately, them's the breaks when you're busy. You gotta do something to keep your energy up. This world doesn't have time for doting and sleeping around. If you don't keep up, you're gonna get left behind. I trust you're not overly drinking it, Darcy, because I would hate for you to be up at odd hours and have constant migraines and stuff all the time. I know we've talked about this. But Death Mountain is an active volcano. It's blazing hot up there. If you go unprepared, you're as good as dead. Although I'm sure there's someone at Foothill Stable who knows how to deal with heat. Anyone else in here? Oh, hey there, good sir.
Hey!
Oh, thanks for coming to see me.
Wow!
Oh, you appear to have a bladed rhino beetle. Okay. Can I say both? I know it was an either or question, but I drink tea and coffee. I don't mind either. And I've even had some kombucha before. I like all kinds of strange, funny drinks. What can I say? If I'm gonna drink kombucha, though, it's gotta be fruit flavored. It's gotta have the fruit juices infused into it, or it's a little bit strong for me. Or underwhelming. I've had both. I had like a holly leaf kombucha once, because the local Walgreens happened to be selling it. Not the best version of a kombucha I've ever had, but it definitely was an experience. Just wanted to make sure I will never ask folks here a question that I wouldn't answer myself. Long story short, I don't do anything. I don't ask people to do stuff I wouldn't do, you know, but then it's also just good to, if I'm in the process or I'm in the comings and goings of asking people to bear portions of their souls, then I should certainly bear a bit of mine, right? I think that's only fair. You're taking it easy, specifically since you're still getting chest pains and stuff? Yup. Though the cardiologist says your tests are normal, but that doesn't say why I'm having them. Here's to hoping that you get some rather elucidating answers on the subject eventually. I wondered if you like the yogurt-style drinks from Korea and Japan. You're talking about the boba tea? Would that be correct? You know what? I'll give you a bladed rhino beetle. And for a mighty elixir? Cool. You give me the beetle. My dude, you gotta give me a better reward than a piddly, low-quality elixir. Come on. But I like seeing this man smile, so what can I say? Especially because, look at that banner. That banner is so sad. Yes, this man's got a smile. I'll cherish this beetle, and he's so earnest about honoring to cherish the beetle. Say what you will about Beetle. I think Beetle is quite honestly getting up there with Tingle in terms of just how recognizable they are for the franchise. If you see this man's face with the overly long pink nose, you definitely know you're in Zelda territory. You're talking about Yakult. Okay. Cool. Sorry, I'm trying to do like 5 things at once. My brain kind of like switched off a second there. So it's probably made using yak milk, if I had to guess? Just based on the name, it could have nothing to do with yaks, by the way. I would love to know more, because I've never heard of that beverage before. Good to see you over here, bear type. Please don't, sorry. be on whichever platform you prefer. I just hope you're not moving because you think I'm, perhaps ignoring you on the other platform. That's all. It's a yogurt drink that is good for your gut and sometimes banana milk flavored. Don't ask me how you milk a banana. It's probably like oat or almond milk, right? There's like extracts and stuff you put in there. Beetle is one of my favorite characters. Oh, nice. Thank you. I'm doing a really bad impression because I've probably got someone next door who's taking a nap right now. Is a stim for you? Awesome. No. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Twitch is just better for streams, and I use YouTube for vids. I think so too. I've been floating the idea of not streaming on YouTube, but I think at this point, multi-streaming is just so synonymous with what I do, and even though it's cannibalizing my YouTube algorithmics, if I ever want to go back to some moment on YouTube, I have it right there. I have a very limited time window on Twitch to get that done, about 2 weeks. So if I don't check the VOD, well, guess what? It's gone. So streaming on YouTube is better for those purposes. I think why not? But it's your decision. Yeah. I'm currently in that camp. Why not, right? And I have met a lot of good people on YouTube. I wouldn't have ever met you, Bear Type. I wouldn't have met NK Plays. I wouldn't have met so many people if it weren't for streaming on YouTube. So for me to cut it off kind of feels like I'm shooting my own foot, but I'm thinking about the long term, not the short term. That's the thing I'm trying to say here. I will look at that Wikipedia. Let me copy that, and I'm gonna put that in for use somewhere else, just so I can kind of have it. Nope, that is the quota exceeded. I gotta figure out where I'm gonna place this thing. I guess what I could do is go here. Yeah, that lets me hold the link at least for now. Multi-streaming makes it easier for me to catch up on VODs if you miss them. Too true. Alright. I just have to actually make content and not be in a bind for making it on YouTube. That's gotta be the thing I'm doing. Alright, my dude, we're gonna get this hardy lizard. We've never seen one before. This rare lizard lives deep in the forests. It feeds on high nutrient foods, giving it great vitality. When used to make elixirs, they temporarily increase your maximum hearts. We're buying. And then we're gonna grab arrows because we did burn through 50 of them. And then we're going to take the rest of the singleton arrows. Thank you very much, Beetle. You could put it in our DMs on Discord if you like. The issue is, if I open up the internet for any reason, the stream is going to start acting funny while I try to do that. It's a consequence of using the gaming PC monitor to hook in and actually stream the game. Instead of having a different TV I could pull from. If I had an extra monitor, then I could probably just an extra, making sure I don't lose out on audio and everything. Sorry, blinking for whatever obvious stupid reason. I think mostly you got out of routine for YouTube because of stuff. Yeah. I've definitely lost my groove, and it takes a while to get back into it when I'm behind. My right arm's not helping. Not only is my right arm not helping, my general sleep pattern lately has not been helping. Some of that's on me, and some of that is just bad sleep. So I will make things right. It's just gonna take some time, and I appreciate everybody being patient with me in that regard. Right. So you can't really open anything else except what you're using Stream for. If I do that, then we're definitely going to start losing frames. We're going to start losing signal, and I don't want that. All right, Tracy, what did you write in the Super Rumor Mill version 1? Tracy here, awake or asleep, my quest for juicy rumors never rests. Ever. Doesn't everyone gossip in their sleep? No. Today I've got a hot rumor fresh from the mill that is, wait for it, an exclusive. And that special topic is the mysterious Korok mask. They say that if you pour enough love into an object, a spirit will inhabit it. Drawing reference to the yokai, which were spirits that supposedly inhabited certain objects, such as a shamisen. You and I should chat about sleep stuff later. I agree. I might have some suggestions for you. I probably need to, like, make sure I'm going to bed at a consistent time more than anything. And not getting caught up with, catching up on lost fun more than anything. Hold on, I just missed whatever this was. Gonna mash through it and not start over, but find the panel where I left off. And that special, yep, already read that. Something that creepy's just gotta be true. And apparently this Korok mask really is inhabited by a spirit. If you wear it, it supposedly shakes and makes adorably weird noises every now and then. Ugh. It's probably the dead remains of a Korok or something. You know, a la Majora's Mask, how the Skull Kid petrified, you know, the Deku Butler's son, and he became a husk. Yeah, something a la similar to that. Hey there, Mario. Welcome on into the stream. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're well in health and in spirit. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. I am doing fine. Thank you for asking. We are just in the process of looking around for Hestu before we get our foray into the Lost Woods underway. Today, I wouldn't say is an especially big episode because we're kind of dipping our toe into the Lost Woods. We're not going there on a more permanent basis yet, but I did at least want to get the Master Sword, among other things. Or it's Korok magic, fairy stuff, something less yeah, good point. It could be that. I mean, I'm not trying to be purposely morose, promise. Promise. It was just the first place my mind went, that's all. Adorably weird noises every now and then. Maybe it does that to tell you when friends are nearby and you can't see them. Who knows? Some say the treasure chest containing this mask is hidden in a tree hollow in the forest that makes people lose their way. Sounds like a tough place to find something. Luckily, word has it there's a convenient trick for finding your way. But you don't mention what the trick is. Maybe it's not well known. Alright, so we had a couple of other dudes to talk to here.
Hi!
Hello there, traveler. Welcome to our stable. You will stay a while, won't you? If you have a horse, yeah, okay, this part of the dialogue is all the same. So we haven't seen Hestu here, but I think before we go check the other stable, we're gonna go ahead and get this shrine. Then we're going to go check that stable, because when I think I saw him last... To be fair, Legend of Zelda certainly has some dark lore if you read enough. Yeah, especially the manga. The Ocarina of Time manga, even though it's not canon, is... You know, if you want Link having a voice and be more than "Excuse me, princess," or however that meme is supposed to go, the manga actually has Link like speaking, because it's not like silent protagonists don't work very well for manga. I gotta say, they don't really work. Everyone's got to have lines. Link has lines. And you learn a lot more. I think he's on the road north towards the woods, probably. In that case, we'll cross the bridge first, but if I don't see him, I am going to check the other stable, as I haven't really seen him. He's supposed to be at 3 stables, and we only saw him at one? Sorry, we're 21 episodes in, we're 21 episodes in, ladies and gentlemen. My memory is starting to muddle up pretty big on some things that we've done so far. So sorry about that. Tempered power. Oh, is this a stasis puzzle? I think it might be a stasis. Oh boy, it's smooching time. Oh, now, I have to ask, are you quoting the movie or like the animated thing? Or are you quoting like the CDI Phillips stuff? Oh no. Oh no. I just saw oh my god. I apologize to the person who is sleeping next door to me. I had to say something. Oh my. Yep. I remember this shrine. This runway that the ball is like swung into is seared into my mind. Yikes. I have many really bad memories of this shrine. Yeah, it's from the movie, you think? Okay. I know it's not canon, but you always love the idea that Link is mute and uses sign language. In a way, he's sort of selectively mute, I suppose. That is the running theory. But he's selectively mute for different reasons per game. Wait, you actually think it's the show? I'd be interested to find out which one it is. Don't feel obliged to look... don't be obliged to look that up unless you just want to. We are... I have to drop something. I guess I don't want to drop the Thunderblade though. Yuck. I don't know what to get rid of. Maybe I don't want to get rid of the Flame Blade either, but it is kind of like the worst elemental weapon out of literally all of them. But I don't want to get rid of the elemental rods either. I think it's going to be this Claymore. I'm going to want the Sledgehammer for this. And then I can always, just... I can always just dispose of the Sledgehammer later. Because I never use Sledgehammers to attack things. It's strictly a mining tool. Oh, hell, not this one. It's this one. It's weird that in Echoes of Wisdom, both Link and Zelda don't talk, so they just move their head. It's funny. Yeah, but I get it because, Zelda's the main protagonist that time, so that part of it is interesting. I also need to figure out what the hell this switch does. Okay, it dispenses a new ball, is what it does. Okay. Just drop something temporarily, pick it back up. Yeah, that's the idea. It stays here until we leave the shrine. If we leave the shrine, then it'll despawn. We don't want that. Okay. Yeah, they move their... It's interesting that they both get the silent treatment. Or I guess it's implied that Zelda's like motioning to move her, she's talking, it's just she's not speaking. I think there's a different implication for Zelda being mute in Echoes of Wisdom than Link being mute. It's kind of like a accepted theory that Link is being selectively mute for a reason. Whereas Zelda, it's more like, yeah, they just didn't want to make her make weird noises or whatever. Smooching Time is from the TV show, episode 2. Awesome. Thank you for looking that up. That's really cool. I did watch a little bit of the TV show, not growing up, but I did stumble into some files on it on the net at some point. So I'm like familiar enough with it, but not that specific episode. You wish you could hit a switch and descend some new balls. Wait, what are you talking about? What TV show? Okay. I'm gonna let Darcy here explain that for a bit while I tee up the ball, so to speak. But I guess a lot of people like the silent protagonist because it's easier to picture yourself. Yeah, I did buy bomb arrows. I've been buying arrows like pretty exclusively for a while. They're just it's the consequence of mining, bear type. It's the consequence of mining. Now, let's not stand here staring at this, marbled ball any longer. Not ready. Hold on. I need to be stanced up exactly where I want to be. All right. Got it. What did you use your ancient arrows at? I want to say I used it on a guardian, a guardian that kind of ambushed me by surprise. But I'm not 100. I really don't even remember at this point. It was in 1989. It only had one season, but like 13 episodes. I'm not surprised. The TV show characters were, outside of Zelda, were very annoying. Just based on what I remember. Okay, let's see if that does anything. Okay. I thought that was going to be worse than it actually was. I'm going to take it the second. I know there's two versions of this. There are two versions of this particular puzzle, and I believe the second one is worse. But the game isn't going easy on us. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The show that had the weird side characters. Maybe there's an actual real. It's kind of similar to the Mario TV show, where it was just from a different time period. I want to say those both were shows in the 90s. Yeah, and the Legend of Zelda cartoon is kind of infamous in most social circles. He portrays, like Darcy was just saying, the whole "excuse me, princess" line is pretty synonymous with the vibe of that show. You got the Mario TV show on cassette? Well, then the Mario TV show, while not the same, should give you a good impression of what those cartoons were back in like that time. Just they portrayed the main characters very much as being mischievous. So I guess what I want to do is, it's weird. I need to essentially kind of like build up not too much power and then like freeze the platform, or else get on it really quick. You won't say you watched it as a kid? Fair. Not everyone wants the memory of that, seared into their mind. Okay, let's... No, okay. Oh, it's just gonna stay that way? Alright, sure, I'll take it. Is there a chest back here? I need to know. Is there a chest back here? You've got to be kidding me. I remember this. So we could, like, cop out and get this shrine reward now, or we could do, for the tricks and ponies, we could do the more complicated version with this. Now, how many sleep paralysis demons did I just trigger in chat by virtue of staring down this optional puzzle? I should have kept the hammer. I should have kept it with me. That's an oops and a half. Is there a new one? They give me a new sledgehammer. Okay, that is perfectly fine. We'll drop that one, grab this one. I get the feeling if anyone didn't 100% the shrines, it's entirely because of this. And I also want to say, oh no, that's awful. You gotta like thread it through the hole. All right, I'm saving. I don't want to have to repeat what I just did again. And let's solve this puzzle, and then we'll think about taking a break and everything. Awful. I was gonna be super impressed with myself if it was gonna be you know, the same get it the first time. I'm glad that wasn't the case, actually. You remember a video someone having a vid about this shrine? Yeah, I'm semi-familiar with Small Ant. I don't really watch his content, but I know who he is and what kind of content he makes. And if I've seen any videos of him, it's usually in Point Crow collabs or something. All right, let's make another go at this. Too much. Yeah, I like Point Crow. Point Crow's a pretty funny dude, not gonna lie. I especially liked the high production, you know, cooking massacres. Nah, for you, the shrine you almost didn't complete had the large spears and targets. It was so irritating. Oh, we're gonna bump into that shrine again. Guaranteed. 3, 4, I believe 5 ought to do it. Okay, it has to be 6. Okay, we're learning. Yeah, that sounds like it's gonna be a real nightmare to try to complete. Yeah, but that's too strong. That's the thing, is that's too strong. What the heck? In the start of your playthrough in Breath of the Wild, you skipped like 3 shrines where you fight the Guardian. Let me see if I remember them. There's like the one in Taloneg. That's a combat shrine. There's a couple over here that are combat shrines. And then there are a couple more in like the Akala Theron areas that are also combat shrines. Those so hard in the beginning with low health. I could see that. I think that's gonna be too high. Yeah, oh my goodness. I have no idea what to do with this. Well, I've got an idea, it's so touchy. Sorry if I'm not being super chatty, I'm just focusing really hard on this. So it's gotta be, oh, I think I understand. It's gotta be a hole-in-one. We're playing Golf It, everybody. That's what's going on. We're playing Golf It with friends, and you guys are the friends. It's just unfortunate there's only one ball. And we gotta reload, because the sledgehammer just broke. I know it could go get the other sledgehammer, but I think I would rather not. Not taking a break until I complete this. Or we go about another 5 minutes over. Are you serious? Right, I remember this little quirk about the saves. What's the bloody point if we're basically relegated to where the autosave puts us? I get not wanting to save scum the game. I really get it. But, like, I thought I saved. I saved before I did this. You've got to be kidding me. No, wait. I need to check my logic before I just get upset. One time, I thought you needed to explode all the pillars to get a chest. After finishing the fight after 20 minutes, you exploded yourself and didn't do it again. I think you can't in shrines. I'm gonna find out. If that's the case, I'm gonna be hella upset. And then I should basically save before entering the shrine and just load that save. You get, because here's the elevator, right? Yeah, there's the elevator, and now we don't have any, oof. Okay. Or it's just not doing it. I don't know. I don't know either. I think I should reload. I think I should reload from the woodland stable rather than do anything else. Because if it's not going to let me do that, what's the point, right? It's so sad. At least we have the saves to load back from rather than anything else. All we really need to do is just read the book that, actually, let me just make sure we've got the side quests. Strange mask rumors, this might be it. Okay, yeah, we've already gotten it. Alright, let's make a new save outside the shrine, and then we'll load from that if we have issues. I'm sorry that we have to repeat all this again. I really am. I'll probably take these next 3 minutes, the first break we actually have, to calm the anxiety sweats a bit, because I'm already starting to experience them more than anything. Because something people don't probably know about me a whole bunch is I do suffer from a bit of performance anxiety. And when I start getting anxious, I really start piling on errors in games. So here's what's going to happen. Let's make sure that these choo-choos are going to behave. Looks like they're going to behave. I'm going to park us in this shrine, and that way we have some ambience as well. Darcy, once you go for the ad break, you'll be heading out to the shower and such. You got this? Thank you, Darcy. Much appreciated. If you would you mind typing in !D server into the Twitch chat, please? I'm going to go ahead and do something similar on the YouTube side. Here's my Discord. I work really, really hard on said Discord. It's a pretty small community, but it is something I'm looking to cultivate one heart and mind at a time. I've got lots of stuff in there. We've got places to share pictures and everything. Please consider stopping by. And also, the mandatory, obligatory content creator shill, the bare minimum at least. If you guys like the content and like the general vibe of being here, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube or both. Whatever fits your fancy, really. And, that lets me know, hey, you like the content, or hey, you want to be here. And, on Twitch, you even get 5 free emotes and all that fun stuff. So there's even extra bonuses for doing it on the Twitch side. We're going to take a break. For you guys on Twitch, I do run 3 minutes of ads on a 3-minute, timer. So, I definitely recommend getting up, getting a snack, getting a beverage, what have you, because I don't like ads, and I certainly wouldn't be actively tabbed in, sitting through 3 minutes of them, I always push the recommendation to do something else until the ads are finished. If I could get away without running them, I would. But since I can't, I want to thank everybody for their patience and for hanging out with me today. And again, I do apologize for being late. I overslept, among other things. And with that, I will see you guys, most of you, back after this commercial break. Darcy, thank you very much for your time spent hanging out here today. Thank you for all your administrative help. You've been extremely helpful, more than you could possibly know. We're going to take that break now, and I will see you guys afterwards. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. I am just cleaning my glasses real quick, and then I will be sitting down to, transition screens and everything. Jinkies! I can't see without my glasses. Thank you guys again for your patience. As we, have to repeat progress. I just checked in with my stepmother about that. Thank goodness I didn't wake her up when I got, animated, let's say, about all that. We're gonna make sure that timer is off and that scene is switched. 321 seeds is our total we're at right now. I feel pretty good about that. We have not even gone past the halfway point of the game, and we have gotten, we've managed to collect a third of the game's Koroks seeds. I think that's pretty impressive. And did you guys know that there are technically 913 Koroks? They are the 900 that you get from seeds, and then there are 13 NPCs. Yeah, that's a neat little feature. Typically the number 13. So the number 13 is kind of a dualistic number. When people say 13, they're typically thinking of Friday the 13th. You know, instances where the number is bad because it's odd. Odd numbers are incomplete. They can be complete. But did you know that 13 is a divine, sacred number? At least when it comes to, you know, Christian lore. I know, religion, yuck, black. But, you know, I did bring up the fact that 13 was a dualistic number, and this is why I say that. The religious or spiritual aspect is exactly why it is a hotly debated number, because you've got the secular interpretation, you've got the non-secular interpretation. I'm wanting the weapon. I want to get rid of the one that chucks nice and long. That's what I'm wanting to do. All right. Now we got one with durability up. Maybe this means we can get both puzzles done in a... I don't know why I did that. What? I'm a complete mess. But, well, 13 in Christianity represents Jesus and his 12 disciples. It is considered a number of complete and total authority, because you have the 12 and you've got the 1. That was bad. That was real bad. You know what I could do to set these off instead of breaking weapons? I could just use bombs to do that. That's gonna go over a lot better. There we go. This one's not too bad. It's this optional back part that's a real, like, spine buster. Four, 5. And now, let's try this second part again, shall we? And I know why they give you the 2 chests. It's in case this sledgehammer breaks. We rolled really good on it, though. Like, high durability levels of good, so we don't need to open this chest yet. Alright. It's gotta be a hole in 1. 4, 5, 6, 7. Really? Okay, so I think at this point we've determined what angle we need to be at. We just need to actually decide, like... I think it's exactly 6 pounds. Oh, I know what it is. You gotta be careful with that. You gotta be really careful with, you know, how many times you smack the, smack it. So the second hit in the 2-hit swing with the hammer, that has more strength than just, you know, using the first attack 6 times. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, It's weird. It's weird. Ah. I hate this. It's so finicky. Two, three, four, five. Do I have to, like, do a catty corner type shot? I hope not. Yep. Ah, it's like weird. I have to like stunt the momentum somehow. Yep. Yeah, I gotta like stunt the momentum in such a way that I don't is there a way I could like use Cryonis or something? Maybe? Oh, I might have to look at the video for this. I would hate that, but I probably should look at it if we go too long. Nice. Well, we do have another sledgehammer we can make the attempt with, so it's not all lost. Let's go ahead and break it. I don't want this thing breaking. Yeah, I didn't want the thing breaking on me, you know, mid attempt. Let's go grab this second weapon. This one we've got fewer attempts to work with. Okay. Are you serious? I think that actually would have worked. Oh my god. This is so frustrating. I'm gonna have dreams about this particular shrine. Can I eviscerate something yet? I will extend stream time until I've gotten what I've wanted accomplished. If that's what I gotta do. I'm already gonna miss dinner as is, so I might as well make sure. Yup, it's like that mythical sixth hit. I don't know why. If I hit it dead on, I feel like I need to like hit it off center slightly. I think I know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. I've got to hit it off center a couple of times. So, in physics, there's this idea of vector addition, or specifically, it takes a long period of time to issue a correction, to essentially nullify a vector of force. It takes longer than you might think. I don't know why I said vector addition. That's a math thing. But it's this idea that if you hit something off-center, it takes a lot of... It either takes a strong enough force vector or many, many force vectors in order to correct the direction or completely shift it altogether. So, nah, punt it into the water. Punt it into the water. It's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you freaking serious right now? Five. Oh, I hit it at the... I'm gonna have to reset again. And if I have to do that, that's gonna be really bad. I am beyond frustrated with this puzzle. I don't know what to do. I should just... I need to just get my weapon and do this in parts rather than waste time. I feel that itch in the back of my mind. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna run out of weapons for this. I need to come back later once I've gotten them all. And it's not gonna be fun if I don't go in and fix things. Anyone else ever have a frustrating experience like this in a video game? Or, you know, other aspects of life? You know, feel free not to share anything that's overly sensitive. That's your jurisdiction, but... this is definitely getting up there in terms of... I think I remember this shrine similarly taking me a long time the first time. This isn't the only, like, frustrating experience, though. I have had so many challenge runs just go awry. I've also had times where I've been playing Skyrim. I've been playing modded Skyrim, and I'll go a while without saving because everything is stable, and then it'll crash, and then I lose many, many, many hours of progress because I didn't save, and the autosave just did not work. Didn't function, or in most modded lists, the autosave is usually disabled, so there's that. Yeah, let's just take the L and cut our losses, and then let's go to our house and see about shelving some weapons for the time being, so that we can take a couple sledgehammers with us. I would really like to get this shrine and not worry about, not have to worry about, not have to work. I'm sorry, I'm completely broken right now. I don't want to have to worry about breaking my actual good weapons instead of the meh sledgehammers. And that means we gotta shelve some weapons to make room, because our house always comes replete with 2 sledgehammers. Don't have a shield. Okay, I want to take that then. Let's put this battle axe up here. Put the thunder blade there. And then we're gonna put our fancy weapons up there. And then we're gonna grab 2 sledgies. And there's even a third one I can go grab. Over at the stasis trial, the Oadime Shrine. Might as well grab that sledgehammer while we're here, and we'll have 3 sledgehammers to work with. That'll be very good. I promise we'll get to the whole reason for the thumbnail. I hope everybody likes it, by the way. For those of you that have clicked on YouTube or clicked on the video, I work really hard on the thumbnails. I don't just leaving it to AI. I don't want to incorporate AI slop just to churn out content. That's stupid. That's super stupid, in fact. It's just my drawing skills are not great. Drawing skills are not great, so, you know, I kind of have to rely more on the photoshopping side of it than I do anything else. Okay, that's 3 shrines. All right, Miro Shaz. I'm gonna take these sledgehammers and I'm gonna break it down for you, Barney style. Okay, let's not and say I did. And I'm gonna wait on the major shilling. I don't think I've earned it right now. I don't think I've earned the... I don't think I've earned enough respect, enough self-respect to shill during this next incoming break, because we've been stuck here instead of making the progress I wanted to make. I realize that sounds stupid. I'm kind of like cutting off my nose to spite my face here, but come on, nobody honestly likes the shilling, right? Nobody likes it when content creators, you know, have to do the thing that pretty much gets most, if not all, of that section of the video skipped. The ad sponsors, the shilling, all of it. I gotta do this part again. I think that's not gonna be... Yep. Mistakes were made. Okay. Three, 4, 5. Ah, hole in one. And now we have to repeat this part again, because of course we do. Same deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we're gonna get all this good, all of this work with this back part of the shrine good to go. There better be a bloody big reward for all this. You have to it has to ever so slightly. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's gotta be a catty corner shot. That's the only way I know to make it work. It's gotta be catty corner. It's gotta, like, knock off the, like, pillar there just enough. Or it's gotta, like, knock off this other pillar. Just enough so that the trajectory is, not altered so significantly, but... 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like ever so slightly too much. Too much to the left. It's gotta be... Actually, I think it's gotta be further to the right. That's the whole reason why I brought these. So close. And also, that's too strong. I think it's really just about 6 hits. Three. No! It's gotta be slightly less left somehow. Or it's gotta be like a perfect hole-in-one, but I just don't see a way of that happening. I literally don't. I might have to look it up. I really might have to look it up. Five is too strong, or 5 is too weak, and 6 is too strong. I wonder if I need to, like, switch weapons midway. Alright, let's try, like, what I guess would be the 5.5 swings. 3, 4, 5... Oh, that's not gonna work. I don't think I have a good one-handed weapon here. Although maybe if I use the meteor rod? Yeah, if I use the meteor rod, I might be able to get that specific swing. This might be one of those times where attempting to use the sledgehammer is actually a bad idea. 3, 4, 5. Okay, that doesn't work. I need a one-handed weapon. I need a one-handed weapon to make this work.
I literally don't have the tools for the job. All right. I hate doing this. I'm going to have to look it up. I'm just going to have to look it up. I'll be right back. I'll be back as soon as humanly possible. I'm going to play, I'd say 60 seconds worth of ads ought to be sufficient, because I got to actually, like, pull out the phone, find the particular video I want to, you know, like, watch for this, and then try again. So I'm going to have to do that. So sorry. I just don't want us stuck here on this shrine for perpetuity. I think that's a bad idea. Be right back. So sorry about that, guys. I'm back. And as it turns out, yep. We, in fact... Oh, also it would help if I actually loaded the autosave from before. So we actually do need a one-handed weapon. And the reasoning for that is that the second ball needs exactly 5.5 hits on stasis. So... believe it or not, the actual best course of action is gonna be to not swap our weapons back at that house. We need to keep what we've got on hand, because I don't have any one-handed weapons otherwise. It's just how it's shaking out right now more than anything. Yeah. So now we have to do this again. We gotta... We didn't even get the spirit orb. We don't even get to keep our progress a third time in a row. Okay. Sorry. This has been a rather exacerbating episode. I promise there will be sunnier pastures ahead, but we just gotta get this done. I don't want to have to come back to the shrine later. We've been doing really good about that so far. I'd like for it to stay that way. Two, three, four. Perfect. That part is great. Same deal here. 5 hits. 3, 4, 5. And then this is the tricky one. Hey, welcome back, Axel. You're just in time. We're doing a rather tricky shrine puzzle that I've only had to restart like 3 times. It is a really... It's not a complicated stasis puzzle shrine, but it is a finicky stasis puzzle shrine. Let me just get myself lined up here. It's this back part here that's a trick. They give us plenty of sledgehammers, but You tried to make someone raid you, but that's okay. That's totally fine. I appreciate the attempt, Axel. Generally speaking, I find that it's easiest to raid people you already have rapport with, and if you don't have it, the inclination is not to raid strangers. You remember this shrine? Tell me, did you do the front and the back half, or did you do just the front half? I'm merely curious. I've restarted 3 times over this back half, and that's nothing to say at the first time I streamed this game. 1, 3, 4, 5. Swap quick. You did both, but you struggled? Easy peasy. I only had to look it up. I only had to look it up. Oh man. You did both but struggled? Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds exactly correct, unfortunately. It seems like everybody's experience with this shrine is pure abject struggle. What sledge are we getting here? Long throw, garbage. This is literally garbage. No, what was our struggle for this? Okay, I guess for the level of puzzle this actually is, and given that it's just a stasis puzzle, I could see this being a worthwhile reward. I just personally feel cheated. That's all. Now that we have it, now that we have this freaking shrine, we're gonna save. We're gonna save as soon as we get this spirit orb. You struggled aiming properly mostly? Yeah, getting the aim right on this like second one with the extra obstructions is very challenging. It's why these particular marbles or spheres have a lock on. It's to help you center yourself. So once you're centered, you can just focus on getting the correct stasis strength applied. Okay, so I think I want to take this one. Because it's... Actually, I want to take this other sledgehammer because it's fresher. And now we just have to get back up. We just have to go collect our spirit orb, finally, and then we can get on the road. There's one shrine, you don't know how to do it? A wind shrine? What region is it in? I want to be careful about spoiling things. I know you've seen the entirety of the map, but that doesn't mean you've seen every shrine. I may or may not be able to help you depending on which shrine it is. And we've already seen this cutscene like once already, so I'm not gonna... Next to the flight training near the bird village. Flight training near the bird village. Oh, it's the shrine to actually get back to it? You never remember the proper names? It's fine. Yeah, I think I know which one that is. Yeah, you that unlocks the teleport. It's a very, very important shrine. Is it this one here with the windmills? It's a shrine where you gotta go up with wind. Oh, that's not the correct one. Flight range. It's the Path of Hidden Winds. It's the Sharwarvo shrine. Yeah. Okay, I can see about helping you out with that. Might as well do it while we're here. Nice thing about the shrines is that they start over, so you could just redo the paths. So is it like, when you were having difficulties with that shrine, was it because you were trying to find the right pathway, or were you trying to find a treasure chest? At some point, Okay, I think I know where the struggle is then. I think I know exactly how I can help you. Yeah, so it's the first one, the right pathway. You're trying to actually complete the shrine. Makes sense. Want to say most of them are just like find the right path. You don't need to activate a switch for most of it, if I remember correctly. Okay, so this part's probably straightforward. It's literally the only way you can go. Same deal here. I mean, at least these guys respawn, which is cool. Probably spot the Guardian, come back up here, drop down, come up through here. Find this platform. Climb up. All of this is this is the straightforward part. And then there's one right here. It's this path. Where it's like, oh man, we're up high, there's the platform, and oh crap, we can't actually go any further. If you look over here in the left, on the left-hand corner, kind of as you're like flying up, you want to pan your camera up here, you'll see a actual source of wind, but no easy way to get there. Well, if you slip over here, there's a hole in the back. And then just like so, you could come over here, get this chest, because that would have been something else. And then you would probably dip right back around. It's a pretty well-hidden hole. Yeah, this one's hard. This one's kind of hard. I would definitely give you credit on that. I am ready to exit this shrine, thank you. I hope that was helpful, and I hope you didn't mind the spoiler. I just wanted to make sure, you know, if you wanted the help, you got it. All right, let's actually get back to this shrine, not that shrine, this shrine, so we can get the travel point and everything. It's extremely well hidden. I missed that my first playthrough as well. You don't mind? I'm failing to parse a word here, but let me read the rest of the sentence. You would have looked it up eventually? Fair. Okay, and this way, I suppose me demoing the shrine spares you the pain, right? Because I don't like looking things up on stream. I hate doing that. And even if I did it off stream, I would still feel kind of bad about doing it. That's just a me thing. I like feeling like I know what I'm doing. You know, I don't like stumbling around in the dark. That's supposed to be the experience for first time playthrough. And that's fine. That's acceptable. This is not a first time playthrough, and so I especially feel like I'm out of my element. I forgot to grab the weapon. I forgot to grab a weapon. It's fine. I'll just keep this around for mining purposes. All right, now dear old Hestu is supposed to be up the road somewhere, if I am not mistaken. Maybe over here-ish. But we're gonna be tackling the Master Sword. Have you been through the Lost Woods area yet, Axel? You mentioned that you had the whole map, but I don't know where you. I don't have a good grasp on where you have and haven't been yet. Not truly. While I'm waiting for a reply, it is nice to finally have that shrine off my shoulder. I will say, that is... I feel much better about that. Okay, so I want to say, is Hestu in this general area? Hello. Nice meeting you, I'm Zerona, and I live for mystery. Is there a mystery afoot in Elden, you ask? Who knows? That's the mystery. Okay, we didn't need to hear the moaning. Thank you, though, game. Thank you. It's nice that you have these interesting sound effects for us. I swear, the NPC voices in Zelda only get more disturbing as time passes. Okay, there's the Goron. Not here. It's definitely closer to, like, the actual forest part of the whole thing. I'm gonna have to filter the map and look for him. Okay. No luck, but that's fine. Sometimes that's how it be when you look up information. Maybe if I used the object map, I would find it, but I can't be arsed. I do think that's a Korok puzzle over there, but we're gonna wait until we've got the tower to get it. Do I think we need any more prep? Any more cooking? Let's sort our food and find out. I feel okay. Happy affiliate anniversary. Hey there, Rasby. Good to see you back. How are you doing? In health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. You know what? I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice it was the affiliate anniversary. Damn, I would have done something. If I had paid better attention, I would have actually done something. Twitch auto-completed that? I see. Oof. Autocomplete. When autocomplete makes you take an L, you know that autocomplete is a saucy feature at best. God, when did I become affiliate? I want to say it was like toward the end of the year. I'd have to go and look. I'd have to go and look it up. And we're trying to do like 6 different things at once. Maybe I can find it over the break. Did you play Breath of the Wild in the meantime? Yeah, we have been playing Breath of the Wild. We spent an hour and a half determining what we wanted to do, and then getting stuck for like the past almost full hour on this shrine with the stasis puzzle. Doing good today? Good. Good. That's fantastic. Any snafus at work? Or was work smooth sailing today? If and you don't mind my asking. Is there a beetle up here? No, I didn't think so. And today is going to be less about Koroks than usual because today is supposed to be about like major things such as going into the Lost Woods. Now, this particular tower, it looks like it's pretty desolate, right? But if you look up there, there's one of those like surveillance platforms. There are enemies up there, usually of the Moblin or Lizalfos variety, and they will pepper you coming in through here. Spent a lot of time chatting at work today, and it was a shorter day because of Wednesday, so it's just generally short for those reasons. But what we can kind of do, hello, would you like to Yeah, no thank you. Goodbye. Oh yeah, did I mention that this whole thing was sitting over a mud pit? Yeah, falling in there will make you void out. Don't do that. Let me finish reading here. Productive, you think, but you're a bit worried because you have to finish before Friday if possible? Sounds like work constraints. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that you're experiencing those. Feeling great at work. You feel content and in line with what you want. Good, good. Not having uni these last 2 weeks has helped massively. I can imagine that's a good portion of your schedule freed up for other purposes. I could certainly see that. Next week, semester 2 starts. Yup. Sounds like uni problems. I simultaneously am gonna miss uni quite a lot since you'll never go back to it. But at the same time, you really dislike having to go to it. You just like talking to colleagues and making jokes. That's totally fair. Some people are all about that work life. For me, one of my favorite characters in gaming is Jaina Proudmoore from World of Warcraft, and like the Warcraft lore. And one of the quotes that always sticks with me is, "All I ever wanted to do was study." I think if there was any person that I wanted to emulate in life, it's Jaina Proudmoore. She's a mage. She eventually becomes the leader of her own people. Great character arcs. All I want to do in life is talk with people. Jesus. F's are not T's. Coin? Good lord. I'm sorry, the last shrine has just completely broken me. All I want to do is talk with people, study, and maybe be a scientist and play games with friends. That's really what I want to do. All this work-related stuff, I get that it's necessary, but come on. I don't think human worth should be summed up by how can you contribute to the corporate machine. I don't like being a cog in a machine. I like being my own person. It goes back to what I said yesterday about if there's anything in the whole wide world that would get me to hate someone's guts and hate them badly, it's the undermine my freedom and undermine my agency. I really hate that. I like having it. I mean, go back to messages here. Let's see, computer science and economics. Oh, awesome. I'm going to assume that the computer science is a major and that economics is a minor. Or maybe that's just I think that might just be the courses you're taking. You just want the degree because that's what you need. Yep. Worked as a programmer for 2 years. You study agricultural engineering, and last year, and now you only have a month and a half left of class, and it's over forever. No idea what the concept of a major or minor is. That's just the name of the uni profile. Economics, informatics. Okay. You're in the embodiment of a jack of all trades. Checks out. A major is like the thing you're studying for, why you're going to college or university in the first place. Like for me, my major is cellular molecular biology. So that's what all of my coursework when I was in college was geared toward. I took a lot of genetics, organic chemistry, major or advanced biology. Pretty much an American thing. I'm sorry, I'm an American. What can I say? Yeah, the minor is the thing that you don't specialize in, but you still take courses in it like you specialize in it. So my minor is computer science. And if I had continued college, had I continued and not ran out of funding or anything, I would have gone on to finish a few majors courses for computer science. I wouldn't have been as like skilled as Rasby or anything, but I would have at least had a better idea of how to code in C++ and other things. I barely have enough to read C++, never mind code it. They also have a similar system in India. Also, you don't go to university, so it's different. Maybe French universities are different. Hard to say. You also don't know C++. You're Python, right? That's your basis. Hello. Yeah, I need to remove everything. All right. There we go. Your basis is in Python, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, mine is like... My basis is like C++, and 6 months at best. And I think there's like a little bit of Java. It's like proprietary Java though. I have this program I use for my tabletop group. It's called Hero Lab, and they have a proprietary version of like some kind of C++ Python fusion, or maybe it's a Python JavaScript fusion. And that's kind of what my basis in coding is, kind of. It's weird though. It's very weird. It takes arguments like Python, but formatted like C++. It's very weird. That's about the extent of my coding knowledge, and that is to say, it's very, very niche. It is not useful at all for general programming. Let me go and let me go back and read messages here, and then we'll keep going. You don't know about French universities? Understandable. I think, yeah, we had hashed out that conversation a couple of times. The great schools. Exactly. You know JavaScript and the basics of Java? You know how to make GUIs or graphic user interfaces and automation and self-automation? I know in English, college and university mean the same thing, but you like to call your school college as opposed to university, because that's the only words in English you could use to describe it. That's fair. College and university are kind of interchangeable in English. Kind of. There are typically other words in front to denote what kind of college or university it is. You've got trade schools, which are not really colleges, but they can be likened to colleges. You go in, you take specific courses, you get your certifications, you might even get a specific kind of degree out of it, and then you go to work. Trade schools are for things like plumbers, electricians, carpenters, welders, so on. Any sort of blue-collar work, as they call it. You work out in the field and you utilize your skills, as opposed to everything else. A community college is probably more similar or closer to what you're attending, Axel. Because is your degree 2-year? Sorry, that's the wrong way to compare it. How long will you have been in school for to get the degree you have? Would you have been in for 5 year? Okay. So community colleges in America, and maybe even similarly elsewhere, community colleges, you might get your bachelor's degree, and then you can generally go out into the workforce. Bachelor's degrees are the bare minimum for psychology students, as an example, and they'll let you work the front desk with a bachelor's degree. They won't let you do anything else, as an example. You got to actually have a doctorate in order to actually be a clinical psychologist. And that you need the 4-year university for. You need the actual real university. If you say grade school, it sounds kind of like high school, which it isn't. Yeah, I get what you mean, though. And that's just a case of the language. It's how your people refer to the higher institutions of learning. My self-assigned specialization is self-automation. If there's anyone who can optimize a system, it's Raspi, on multiple fronts. In French, for your kind of school, that's called a great engineer school. Gotcha. Makes sense. But actually, even studies for 6 years didn't just succeed your competitive entrance exams. Hold on. Okay, so even studied for 6 years. Okay, makes sense. Well, also these kinds of schools exist only in France. Was created by Napoleon. Okay, so it's an artifact of the times. I gotta ask. Also, I gotta be really careful because I see some wizrobes over here, and they're gonna make my life hell. Let me go get the climbing gear so we can actually get up here in relative peace. Saying I'm specialized about that sounds really fancy, but to some extent, you have no idea what you're doing. You just have an extraordinary amount of scripts and GUI you've made to help you with work, and you just have a good grasp on problem solving. You have hard and soft skills, Raspi. That's really what it comes down to. You have lots of hard and soft skills, and they translate really well to the workforce. And unfortunately, if you say it that way, it doesn't sound impressive enough for hiring purposes, unless you like actually sit in for the interview. So I totally get it. You kind of need the fancier description to impress people for work opportunities and other things. Your main weakness is that you find it really hard to research stuff, like finding tools. You can solve problems really well, but you can't find problems well at all. That's typically what the... and it's wet. And it's cold. Really? It's cold up here. You know what? The altitude checks out. I'm not surprised. It's been a while since we've seen one of these, my senators and inductees. We haven't activated a tower in quite some time. As a side note, definitely not gonna swap your job. This company is really great and ethical compared to the vast majority of other options. A long-time faithful employee. That is perfect. I think your company is not really going to want to part ways with you, and that's a good thing. Same. It sounds very fancy, but actually you highly question how useful your studies are. Besides the diploma, it's the rubber stamp, right? It's just one more check mark in the list of qualifications. Hey there, the Legend of Zelda fan that plays Roblox. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Hopefully your day has been going well enough so far since you last visited. We just got to the Sheikah Tower. We spent entirely too long on a shrine that I only just figured out not that long ago. The diploma is really useful, but honestly not ready to advise any farmer at the end of these studies. Yeah, you kind of have to do on-the-job training, right? In the end, you learn your job while doing the job. Yeah, and it's just I liken the college and university studies as teaching you either the necessary background or extra details to make you a well-rounded person, so that when someone consults you and they say something that wouldn't have come up in, on-the-job training, your academic study would have still given you something to go on. And also your own lived experience would help you close those gaps. But I don't like... I do agree with people that kind of... I do agree with the questioning. I like the skepticism, because it keeps people honest. Fun fact, you never state what you work in when you meet people. Okay. You want people to treat you like everyone else? Okay. That's totally fine. The guideline in theory is pretty important, but only if you can link it to the actual like work. If you were to design universities, you'd have people learn for 1 year, work for 1 year, and then cycle that instead of fully focusing on learning. But maybe that suck. I feel like that would suck. Not because the idea is bad. Not because I don't think the idea is bad, but the degrees, the time spent would be twice as long for people to kind of flip between studying and education. Although that would be a sure sight better than what we have here in America, where you need to do both at the same time. Not because you have to do both at the same time, but if you want to actually make any real money and you want to actually have the soft and hard skills employers care about, you have to study and do work. You don't get an option to do either or unless you just like shooting yourself in the foot, like I did. The thing is, as an engineer, we're being told we aren't supposed to be an expert in anything. We just need to have the brain to adapt and learn to any situation. I could see the reasoning why they would say that, but that doesn't sit right with me, because you're trying to study to be the expert, to replace the experts when they become too old and can't work anymore, or they gotta retire. You've heard about that before from a friend. There's a lot of optimizations that are able to be done. I agree. Let's see. And then this is engineers aren't exactly experts. Well, would you tell a civil engineer, that's someone who works on like building construction and sometimes roadways, would you tell that person that they aren't an expert? I don't know. I don't think people would. I think people would say, well, if you've done your job well and you've studied, you're the expert. Well, agricultural engineers aren't. I would also partially disagree with that. And that's just because it's not that we have to know about everything. It's that you have a lot of knowledge. You have a lot of things that you have to like memorize. Biologists are kind of in the same boat. Not because we have to memorize the same stuff, but there's a lot of general things in the biological sciences we have to know. I can totally see why you would say that, because I've experienced it myself. As someone who was studying cellular and molecular biology, I might know what a clavicle is, but I couldn't tell you about I couldn't tell you about everything in the human body, right? I could maybe tell you how your individual cells work or how your tissues work, but I wouldn't know the mechanics of how things move. I'm still very much a regular lay person in that regard. And even then, I'm a lay person now, just not with an unfinished education. You have to know about everything. Aren't specialized in a very specific thing. We have to help seeing the broader system with economic and scientific knowledge. Yeah, you have a very wide set of skills you're expected to cultivate, right? Let me go back a couple of comments here. We also have internships after the first year, so I suppose it already exists. It's just you have to do both, right? What is this? Where's this moisture coming from? I just felt something weird on my foot just then. So sorry. Because of your is that, well, it's ADHD, but you must be including the autism in on that, or you wouldn't have put the U there. The education system personally failed you. Autism and ADHD. Gotcha. Okay, it was as straightforward as I was thinking. In agricultural engineering, you have to have good knowledge about plants and farming, but economics, politics, coding in Python, data and analysis, and you can't really be an expert. I think that's just the skill set they want you to have a basis on, more than anything. You can't really stop human beings from finding some specific point in all of that, in all the skills you just outlined, to be an expert in. I think that's what I would take away if I were in your shoes. Is just I would focus on one of those things, nod and play along. Nod and play along. That's what I did when I was in college. I nodded and played along. Um, but you're gonna find something to focus on. And yeah, I really want to like specialize in this part of the engineering, and either outsource the parts I don't need, or whatever form that's going to take in the French landscape. I'm not qualified to answer that, but on a general level, it sounds like what you kind of have to do is just nod and play along. Knowing data analysis is pretty wild. Hopefully you get some value out of it eventually. My last internship was 2 months, and was 2 months, 7 hours a day, DNA analysis or DNA data analysis and coding on R. The link with agriculture, the DNA was wheat DNA. Yeah, that sounds about right. It definitely took me a while to, how do I word this? Let's also actually get the game to start making noise again. How do I want to word this? It took me a while to understand what about organic chemistry was really quite important about the way that parts of molecules behave with each other. It took me a while to understand the connection between that and cell biology. I knew all of the general stuff, but it was trying to understand how these seemingly disparate subjects actually played a part. It's all part of one big cohesive picture, and to ignore organic chemistry would be to practice medicine rather than science. Not to say that medicine is not a science, it is, just you're learning the science for a very different reason. You're not having to understand the big picture quite as much as you're trying to understand how to solve patient problems. Whereas with what I wanted to do with research development and trying to start my own business firm, I did need to understand all of the intricate details. And I would gladly pick that up again if I could, just out of money. You feel really privileged already having grown up with a skill and already being hired with a really stable company? Yep. Job security is a great thing to have. When there's significant extra taxes or something added to programmers, the company would raise your salaries to match it. That's awesome. You hated organic chemistry? I don't mind it. I think that's because I'm sort of math wired, numbers wired, and I'm rules oriented. So the idea that some things just are the way they are with organic chemistry, especially naming conventions and everything, that didn't really bother me. It was just mostly an exercise in memory. You're very math wired as well? Well, then something tells me that you will probably enjoy the math-oriented portion of your career. But the preparatory course traumatized you? Yeah, I could totally see that. You're unironically interested to learn that stuff on your own. I want to say, I don't know about organic chemistry in specific, but there's a YouTube content creator out there. I believe his name is Professor Dave Explains. You could probably just search the first 2 words and get it, honestly. But he has course materials set up for chemistry. Then you already know what I'm talking about. Some of it pertains to general chemistry, some of it pertains to organic, some of it pertains to more specific things. I recommend that portion of his content and not the what everyone is taken to doing, which is commenting and debunking drama. That part of it I'm not a fan of. Actually, you're sure you would love organic chemistry, but you were traumatized by preparatory classes? Gotcha. Oh, okay. Yep, I just realized I skipped around all over the place. Oops. You had an effing terrible chemistry teacher till 12th grade. Good lord. But you had the absolute best teacher ever as a chemistry teacher? Awesome. So, somewhat related, recently you had an inexplicably high interest to learn about heat conductivity and such. That would be like materials engineering and research. It was let me go, panning around to different comments. Hooray! I should probably read them all in one chain rather than jump around. It was 3 years of intense, constant stress and pressure. No social life, no hobby, just studying 24/7 and being told by teachers you don't study enough. Yeah, that's not great. You know, college and studying is hard enough without someone literally telling you, yeah, you don't do enough. That really cuts. That hurts a lot. And that's like a great demotivator. I hate when instructors do that. Despite autism, you don't think in terms of rules. You rely heavily, if not exclusively, on tuition, which you could claim they're flexible rules. Well, yeah, intuition is the baseline for logic, right?
Rivali's Gale
But
is
you
now
struggle
ready.
heavily with new things. Me too. You are the late game character. I'm also kind of a late game character. College is very fine, but what we have in France called preparatory classes is a hardcore thing. I'm not surprised it's hardcore. So when we say preparatory classes, I'm thinking of advanced prep in my mind. Advanced prep, it's a states thing. They're called AP courses, and they essentially are the wedge between high school and college. You take AP if you know for sure you are going to college. Of course, it doesn't help when AP is pushed on you, and so lots of people are going to college when maybe practically they probably shouldn't, but that's a whole different cup of tea. You lost a lot of hair. I'm sorry that you experienced that and gained 10 kilograms just because of the stress. Yikes. I'm really sorry. You have my deepest sympathies. That's awful. You tend to build a pit by breaking down every piece first. So early game you get very little done, but late game stuff gets steamrolled if everything goes right. I'm gonna go ahead and put on the stealth gear again, and let's see, is there anyone watching me? No. I heard that. Sir Octorok, would you like to join us? We're talking about college stuff. Right there. I know he's over there. No, you don't get to do that. Stealth fin trout. I've never seen this fish before. Consuming this bioluminescent compound that makes this fish glow in the dark will increase concentration. Dishes cooked with it will suppress noise when consumed. I don't... You know, I get the whole it increases concentration part, but this sounds like pseudoscientific babble, if you ask me. Glowing compounds generally don't make you stealthy. At least that's my experience with video games. That really sucks. Hold on, I'm missing a statement here. It's a course that's a French thing, but it's also between high school and college. Then we've got similar structures in, secondary ed, at least in that regard then. Yeah, we're basically describing the same thing, but we call it something different. You also have hair loss. Yep, we talked about that before. I'm still sorry you experienced that, for the record. You have 40 hours of class per week and 6-hour exams per week. Only 1 day of a weekend, and they've graded super, super severely and kept being mean to the students. That sounds like hell on earth. That sounds like hell on earth. I'm really sorry you have to deal, or that you dealt with that. Um, Even the AP experience, even in, you know, American schools, isn't quite that bad. I don't know why they're being. The rest of that is just like harsh environment, but the being mean to students is just extra. Some people are just extra, and I don't get that. Each and every one of your classmates have cried at some point in exam or class. I would imagine. A really important value you hold is that you don't hold any one particular thing too strongly. This naturally goes against the idea of rules and rigidity. Yeah, you and I are opposites in that regard. I can struggle to let things go sometimes. You can't understand how in Korea they basically do this system for the entire school system. You don't understand how they survive that? Some of them don't. That's probably the honest truth. And the ones that do survive go on to be cynics. That kind of harsh... It's just as much about, you know, the country's expectations when it comes to Korea as it is like individual parent expectations. This kind of thing is really common in that section of the world where they expect excellence of both themselves and their peers, and they all push each other really hard to the breaking point, and it's expected that they go to the breaking point. Not only is it expected, I wouldn't call it encouraged. They like trot that line between encouraged and expected. But it's like, well, if your parenting is good and you stand by your child, then they will become a stronger person overall because they've dealt with all that trauma and they were able to just kind of suck it up and deal, so to speak. They become like almost psychological super soldiers. That might be a way of framing it. Honestly, that traumatized you. It harmed your physical health. It's just not healthy to be constantly under pressure. I'm fortunate not to have had the AP experience myself. That may have hurt me in other areas, but dealing with trauma, unfortunately, doesn't make you tough. It just teaches you how to dissociate. That's bingo. That right there. Excuse me, I was stifling a burp there. That is what's really happening. They're, as a nation, they collectively value stoicism, and they value it to a point that dissociation and detachment to get through tough situations is just how they deal with it. It's just what they're expected to do in order to exude excellence. When you entered college after that, of course you felt scammed because college was way, way easier and chill, and it was like, did I need to go through all of that for this? Did you expect me to be a top tier student for this level of education later? Right? Of course, some people in that system, like, I'm addressing the collective unit, but there are definitely some individual people who have their own reasons for being harsh on students. Some of them earnestly believe in the process of, you know, strengthening everyone's psyche, and other people are just assholes who just like breaking people because that makes them feel better. It makes them feel better about the lack of control in their own life. Blah, blah. We could go on and on about this subject. You would have expected Harvard after what you were going through. And Harvard is a pretty tough place. But even then, depending on what you're going to Harvard for, it could be just as bad, or it could be not quite as bad. Because I know both humanitarian and STEM majors that have gone to Harvard, and the experiences have been all over the place. It kind of just depends on individual people more than anything. Yeah, I'm sorry you dealt with that. That's rough. At least not in excess. Processing hard things does make you better in dealing with it, but only with breaks, understanding, support, and a lot of time. And time is the thing you don't get in that environment. Time is the thing you don't get because people take for granted that the young can bounce back. The way they bounce back might just come to surprise them sometimes. We've gone entirely too long without taking a break. I need to take one. I need a few minutes to kind of like clear up the headache. I'm going to go get another cup of coffee because I get the feeling the night is going to be long. I'm going to be streaming many hours tonight, and I'm going to need the energy. I want to thank everybody for, talking with me and being patient. I really appreciate it, and I just want to say I really enjoyed all of the conversation we've had. Here at Coinstamp, we don't always just have good vibes. I think in the pursuit of corporate interests, toxic positivity can sometimes become the norm. And I don't want that to be the case in this channel. I want us to be able to come in and, bare our souls with one another, even at the expense of corporate overlords. Take that, take that, Jeff Bezos. I'm kidding. It's only joke. It's only game. Don't be mad. Anyway, I still don't think I've earned the ability to shill yet, so I'm gonna shill the next time we take a break. But you guys know the spiel: 3 minutes and 3 minutes. I'll see you after the break. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I was just getting the second mug of coffee going. I will have to step away in about 5 minutes to go fix that, or to go actually collect my cup of coffee, but like I said, we're going to be burning a lot of oil tonight. Let me just check on messages here on both Twitch and YouTube. Also, was there a different person? Oh, I totally missed that. I apparently missed that single line, that single message. Hey there, Red Ray X. If you're still here, I hope you enjoy your stay. If not, that's totally okay. That's completely my fault. I just, that one little tiny sup is very easy to miss with conversation, especially if I'm not keeping an eye on the combined chat doc like I should be doing. Let me go back. Of course I know someone who studied in France, in the top university in France, and the course quality didn't look so great either. You're paying for the prestige, folks. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for the name. You could get a good quality sneaker, but if it says, and you could get a trashy sneaker, but if that trashy sneaker says Nike on it, you're paying more for it than that good quality generic sneaker. Don't get shitty Nike sneakers. Get good quality sneakers without the name. Dissociation really sucks, by the way. Yeah, I've watched my sibling go through it in real time. It's confusion and bewilderment galore. Honestly, if you were to, come up or devise a school system, you teach people about stuff like emotions and acceptance and how to healthily process stuff and connect with people and deal with conflicts. Sounds like you would have an introductory psychology course in that class, kind of. Because people will naturally push themselves for things they care about. Forcing people to study or learn, you really feel it doesn't really work. Yeah, kind of a small rant. You had a few discussions with some friends who believe that being forced to learn stuff is helpful, and you really disagree, at least except from certain exceptions or basic survival skills. Yeah, you kind of have to learn the basics, guys. Like, you gotta learn how to start a fire, find food, and know how to make safe shelter. That's going to be important in the times ahead. If you don't have survival skills, you will perish in the times to come. Hopefully those times never come, but if they do, well, I can't say you weren't warned. One of the most important mentors you had when you were young taught you programming, and he was a French dude. Yeah, my programming instructor, or my computer science instructor at the university I went to, was also French. His name was Dr. I believe in English we would have said Aubert. Dr. Aubert. That was his name. And I know in French you chop off the T, you don't say it. But yeah, he was a really nice guy, and he knew when I was going through introductory programming with C++, we always programmed on paper first. We actually hand wrote code, or we hand wrote like a map before we thought about any of the projects we were working on, and should I ever code again, I will definitely be making use of the the UXL type mapping that will help me keep objects and classes organized. I learned a lot more from coding on paper than I ever would have thought possible. I understood the nuts and bolts a bit better compared to just typing it all on the computer screen. Not sure that's introductory psychology. It's a simulacrum of it, but yeah, you're probably correct. At least for you, that's just teaching you how the brain works in a very specific way, or a very, very basic way, excuse me. But it taught zero interpersonal skills or conflict management or explaining in simple and practical words how emotions work. So it's more like a combination between a communications course and a psychology course. It's because in communications you learn things like the boomerang effect. You know, if you want to persuade people, you really need to try hard not to get them to recoil defensively in their own values. You need to acknowledge that what they believe is real and legitimate, and they're not crazy for believing it. They just perhaps don't have all the information, or there's not a strong enough association with lived experience for them to believe differently. It's about not attacking people. You're trying to combine both the psychology and the comms theories behind all of it, which I think would be a really useful course. Not gonna lie. You heard about handwritten code. You would really dislike it. Or you do really dislike it, as you really struggle doing it on paper. Well, the UXL is more like a flow chart and less like a... I'm not telling you anything you don't know, by the way. I'm probably not. It's just the jargon that's being used. That's all. All that stuff really is just setting up a flow chart, and then you still kind of have to go through and figure out, okay, how do I actually type the code for this thing? But learning how to map the code at least lets me better understand what's supposed to be an object, what's supposed to be a class, what's supposed to be, you know...
The blood moon rises once.
We don't need to see this. I learned a lot more. I was surprised at how much I was able to learn on paper. But I could certainly see why people wouldn't like coding on paper, because that kind of shit hurts my hands. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I already struggle with video editing as is because it hurts my hands so much. Never mind. You know, coding it all by hand. My hands always hurt after the exams from that course. Always. Because there would be packets about yay thick, which you wouldn't think would be a whole lot. It's like, what, 7-8 pages of paper? But when you're given a single line, when you're given a single 2 or 3 sentence prompt, and then you're told, write out the rest, that's a lot of time just, you know, writing out code. Never mind, like, the UXL charts you didn't really have time to write on the exams for. You just don't. You really don't. I enjoyed the course. I enjoyed the first semester programming, but I definitely don't miss writing the code on paper. But I did learn a lot. Going back to the previous topic about the combined psychology and comms course idea, such a subject you teach would kind of be controversial in the sense that... Hold on, I need to, like, knock out these moblins. That's 2 of you. Ow, that really hurts. Definitely don't let that damage linger or we're dead. We're gonna eat this monster cake, wheat bread, and these sauteed nuts. Yum! I actually wouldn't mind sauteed acorns. You could cook them like any other nut. You can eat them. I'll take that soldier's bow, thank you. Because it's a nice cheap bow we can use for things like puzzle solving. Razor shroom. Oh, I didn't even think about taking a picture of this. This mushroom is known for the natural slice in its cap. Eating it fosters your competitive spirit. Use it when cooking to prepare a dish that will increase your strength. I mean, we had to see the attack shroom at some point, so I guess it makes some sense. Let me finish the statement I was reading. And the values that are implicitly added in it, humanitarian values and such, right, yeah, it's teaching people how to respect each other as basic human beings, gosh darn it. You know, emphasis on the gosh darn it notwithstanding. No, I would have highly valued such a course in my own youth, and would be happy to, you know, propagate its. Hello. We're just starting, aren't we? Okay, I want to get out of these woods for just a second. I have my reasons for it, promise. Okay. So. Well, I'm going to park it right here. I'm going to go grab my cup of coffee real quick. And then I will be right back. I am going to play a small commercial break because I still got to add creamer. About 30 seconds or so. Should not be long. I will be right back. I am so sorry about that, guys. You know, I hit the button on the machine, right? And the machine is kind of old enough that if you don't press the Keurig lever down all the way, you're gonna end up. If you don't press it down all the way, it doesn't actually make the cup. That's kind of what happened. I had to go basically start over. I hear combat noises, which means an Octorok is nearby, probably. Let's see if someone, Oh, never mind, it's a wolf. Yeah, you go and chase that, buddy. You do that. Let me, make sure I'm not missing things. I do apologize for running the ad like I did, but I want everyone to know, there are only 2 times I ever run ads. When we take the breaks and when we, when I have to step away like I did, you know, to go get the cup of coffee and everything. I never automate ads here. So I want people to know they can trust in that experience. Every ad I ever run is consciously run, period. It's the best compromise I think I have for the viewing experience, and I want people to know I value that experience and take it seriously. Let me go back and read messages here. You reflected on you saying you use rules a lot, and I do the exact opposite, which is true. I do get a lot of value from rules and structure when I do it, just because I do it so little I can get value from it. I kind of wing it, like with an extreme amount of stuff, partially because it's been working. Well, I mean, if it works, that's the important part. There's just, you definitely come up with scenarios in life where you can't wing it. Where winging it is dangerous. And rules and structure aren't necessarily the answer either, but the rules and structure are there so that you don't have to wing it. At least that's the way I see it. And I find, and maybe I'm diametrically opposite of you. I'm juxtaposed to you in that when I usually wing something, it never works. It never works. It's subpar. Let me fix my chair here. Regardless of whether or not it's things like tabletop campaigns or school projects or important relations with friends or what have you, winging it just never worked out for me. And so I don't. I try to have a game plan going in. I try to be very surgical, very precise. Because anything else never works for me. It's hard to explain. I feel the same way. You still learning concepts and stuff. You understand what's going on, but you hold on to everything very, very loosely. Right. And I think in terms of education, that's a very good thing to have. You're mentally flexible, whereas I'm not. I am... Here's a very basic way in which that manifests. You're familiar with the Kelvin system, right? I am if flexibility was a person. That's a good way to word it. I would be if rigidity were a person, kind of. I struggle in the flexibility department a lot. In biology courses, and when it comes to the Kelvin temperature system, I'm almost forgetting the exact number. 0 degrees Celsius is 273.15 degrees Kelvin, or 15 Kelvin, excuse me. There's no degrees there. It's 273.15 K. That's all there is. Well, in all of the biology courses, you just lop off that decimal. It's just 273 for quick math because of the kinds of calculators you're allowed to have. The basic ones. like basic office calculator. You're not even allowed to use the scientific stuff. You gotta be able to multiply the math in your head. It's very stressful. But lopping off that decimal introduces a rounding error, right? And logically, in my mind, I think lopping off the rounding error when you've got many rounds of multiplication or division to do is very error prone. And that sort of simple tweak is what kind of lends credence to the meme of, you're a biologist if bad at math. And I hate that. But only with your beliefs and approach, you're still vulnerable to new environments. Yeah, I don't even get that benefit of, being sturdy in new environments either. It's just, I like adhering to rules and structure. I sort of need it. So, while we're having this discussion, we'll switch over to the walkthrough part of the stream. Welcome to the Lost Woods, everybody. Our goal is to get to this portion of the Lost Woods right here. There is a great big tree in the middle of this. And there are also many, previous Zelda title references in this landscape, just looking at it right here. We have to follow the torches. Step one, we basically need to follow a path without getting lost. And if you'll notice, these torches have sparks the sort of embers that fly off from them. We need to follow these, or we will, let's just try running off course right now so that we can kind of see it. And we're set back to the very beginning. You don't want to do that. So follow the sparks. They will align with the path you need to go. You saying that you're really rigid makes me really think if I'm also rigid or not. Well, I could be wrong too, right? It's not that I'm not flexible, but I'm flexible in like very straightforward ways where I don't have loosey-goosey organizations on things. I hold on to facts very tightly. Maybe because I'm also surrounded by people that don't do that. And I see how life has worked out for them. So maybe I try to learn from them and be a different person. Maybe on some level that's what's really going on. I'm not 100% sure. But I know that I really tend to value not so much facts that are fixed, but just facts and rules and logic in general. Trying to maintain a conversation and also walk through at the same time. I hold loosely onto everything because you let go of extra control that you find not worth it. Because ultimately you could control 0 to 20% of what's going on. See, I realize that fact too, but I have to hold on to that 20% I think I have really tightly. Because people like to butt into that portion of my life a lot. As I said before in previous moments on stream, I value my agency and I dislike it when I am undermined. Especially when that comes from other people, that I dislike the most. I'm just trying to keep a scan out for, because there are chests we can find along the way as well. Sounds like you dealt with quite a lot of hell. I dealt with a lot of people undermining my decisions growing up, and I get some part of it. I wasn't an adult then. But even with things like, it's my room, it's my space, if I don't want to be talked to, I want to be left alone, people should respect that. People did not respect that growing up. That was like the one little modicum of agency I had as a small child. Did not have it. Did not have that. And that has in fact probably carried over. I don't want to sound pedantic or whatever, but the more you progress mental health, I suspect you also hold on to things more loosely, or at least in less and less scenarios. Yeah, I make it sound like I hold on to everything literally all the time. I don't. I have gotten a lot better as I've gotten older. I also know I'm still doing it. Okay, let me go back and see where this is going again. Yeah, gotta follow these sparks. So it's basically right through here. It's just part of the process. Exactly. It's part of the process. And you gotta keep your eye out for some of the trees. Sometimes they have holes, like this one. I have to repeat that all over again. Cool. These days, I mostly just hold on to anything that would sort of threaten the agency I've managed to cultivate for myself over time. Hello there. What contents lie inside? Forest Dweller's Spear. I think we might actually need one of these. The Koroks made this spear for Highlands. Yeah, we've already read this. What do I want to get rid of, though? I hate this portion of it. I don't want to get rid of it. I'll get rid of a common weapon then. Let's drop the giant boomerang then. And I do think a large part of me getting better is perhaps the environments I've been exposed to and the philosophies I've been exposed to. I think I really started opening up to flexibility in two specific avenues. One was college. I learned a lot more about thinking critically when I was in college. I took my communications courses very seriously. Very, very seriously. I did not like people undermining the prospects of that course. Can we open this? Is there a chest in there? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, if you notice, some of these trees have faces. There's also 2 torches here. I don't know if that's supposed to mean anything. The last few months have been pretty great for me mental health-wise. Good. Good. Not that you were able to function extremely well, but given the challenges you had to face, I did it well, and you just really feel mentally tough. I'm covering more of my weaknesses of not being able to stand up for yourself as much. I struggle with that too. I know what that's like. Because it's just easier to avoid the conflict if you're like, okay, I see what you're doing. I'm just gonna go somewhere else and not be bothered. You sound really great at setting boundaries. I think I sound great, but I'm not great at that. I'm flattered that you think so, though. That is a high mark of confidence for me. I think for me, I've had to get better at setting boundaries because I just had to get better. It's not even a matter of consciously choosing to be better at it. It's that the circumstances molded me to have to set my boundaries more. You're still working on it, but you had to come from the opposite end. You've started being absolutely great with sharing vulnerability, but you lack the boundaries. You'll find those, as you were just saying, you'll be able to get better. It's a process. You'll get better at that too. I've got confidence in that because you're aware of it. You're aware of that hole in your mental security that you're experiencing, and I feel like the skill you lack is vulnerability and being open. Yup, you got it. I feel like you're trying to get better at something you're already great at, which is not going to help a lot. And also, it's normal to do that. You also focused on vulnerability a lot more. Yeah, I've had people come in and abuse those vulnerabilities, so I've focused on closing them. Of course, trying to open those is really hard when people have taken advantage of it, and many people have taken advantage of it over the years. So I'm very leery when it comes to people. I'm easy to talk to. I'm hard to get to know, like truly on a deep level. I think you're about the only person on the internet, with maybe a handful of other people, who sort of know. And I suppose in saying this to you here, I'm saying it to everyone else online, but you're about the only person about the only internet person out there who sort of knows what I'm like as a person. It may seem like you're not setting boundaries enough because you still have issues, but if I'm not misreading this, if you feel stuck in general, one of the causes could be misdiagnosing a lack of vulnerability as a lack of boundary. Perhaps. I don't know if I feel stuck. I'm very hesitant to put that framing on it. I don't think it's stuck. It's that I'm selectively vulnerable, and I'm often not selectively vulnerable in the right ways with people. I don't mention this often enough, but when I was more vulnerable, I would misgauge and I do often still misgauge what people mean when they. It's a very complicated issue. Yes. In trying to explain it, I think I've used more words than are in the Oxford Dictionary to try to, like, tiptoe in explaining it. Yep, it happened. It's something that's really hard to describe because I'm also trying to describe all the subtleties that come along with my lived experience, and that's just impossible. Because too much lived experience, not enough words. And that would be too much of a history lesson. Not even the most fervent of audience members would be interested in hearing. Oversharing, right? That's part of setting the boundaries. You certainly don't want to overshare. Okay, so now this is the part that's strange. I think I told you guys before that the gimmick was follow the torches. Well, now that gimmick has changed. Now we have to look. I think the gimmick is we need to follow the faces. Yeah, oh, hold on. Yep. Yeah, that is fearful avoidance, going from too much boundary to too much vulnerability. Yeah, I think I did watch the video you sent me, so I know I know that I'm kind of pogoing between one or the other. And it's not like that switch happens instantaneously, but it does happen. I do have to integrate both. Which is why I need to see a therapist. And I just don't have the money to do that right now. So I'm just kind of taking what I learned from other people in stride. And trying to incorporate that on my own time. I'm better at it some days compared to others, but I do think I am getting there. I remember this one being quite a bit more complicated. Ooh, did we get it? We got the EX chest. Awesome. Da-da-da-da! So one thing you can practice is whenever you feel like you don't need anything, you can't name your emotions, try to bring awareness of the part of you that does care about that. And vice versa. When you feel really emotional, try to bring awareness of the other part, but without shaming the current part of you that's active. Yeah, that sounds exactly like what the video was mentioning before about needing to integrate that. I will put forward my best effort on that. You have extreme awareness. You just need to be aware of both at once. Yeah, that's a really hard thing. But lots of things in mental health are hard. They are meant to be hard. If it were easy, I would have done it already. So I guess thank you for talking me through it. It helps. A mask inspired by those fun-loving Koroks. It shakes when one is hiding nearby. It's a rather rare find. If it's hard, it's probably actually helping fix things. Yup. Because if it was easy, your brain would have done it already. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I gotta figure out how the hell to get back. To get toward, I gotta figure out how to get through this part of the forest. Did you sign up for the support group on this Sunday? I've thought about it. I'm just trying to, like, catch up in so many other areas right now. It's not even funny. But I'll take a more detailed look at it apart from just scanning the sign up. You aren't the only person to have talked to me about that or, like, mentioned something in relation to it. I need to reply back to, what is it? I think that the screen name is Tom? Guy who set up the server. Yeah, pretty sure that's him. He actually talked to me about something. Good, I'm glad I remembered, because I'm awful with names, generally speaking. I need to reply back to him about something. I just hadn't done so yet. I'd sort of been mulling over the question he asked me. Not going to mention that in specific, because that's private communications, but I do need to talk to him about the question. Did you talk in private? Yeah, legitimate private stuff. Not in serious discussions. Usually, if it's something of a more sensitive, or not sensitive, but how do we word this? Usually with serious discussions, it's related to the question of the day. And that stuff is on a more personal level. But this is like logistical type stuff. Insofar as I remember. Without looking at the message or anything. I need to figure out where this is. It's like over here. Nah, it's becoming lighter, right? I know the gimmick. Oh, here, hello. Big ol' smiley face. Just kind of have to follow all the faces here. Pretty great. I would agree. Really nice fellow. I just need to actually take the time to reply back. I got the message, what? Sometime during the midday yesterday? And just got caught up with other stuff. Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on, like, two really big things at once, and it's not working. I just don't want to be stuck here. Lost! And I want to say I'm gonna get lost here in just a minute. Oh, I could literally use my mini-map to help me figure out, like, where exactly I want to sort of go. You just gotta listen for the chimes for when you're going too far off base. Okay. I'm at least heading back in the general right direction. I'm not idolizing Tom, but one of my goals is progressing to be able to help people more and more as you get your own life together. Yeah, it seems like he's got his life together, right? And he just kind of knows what he's doing. You may not be idolizing him, but I think you do see him as a role model, and I genuinely support that. It's okay to have role models, and this goes for anybody in life. It's okay to have role models, people you look up to. If we didn't have those people, you know, we would never feel inspired as kids and teenagers and young adults to do things. For me, that person was Chugga Conroy for a while. You know, I was inspired by his get up and go attitude when it came to making content and Let's Plays, and, you know, even before that, even before I, like, locked in on that, I looked up to, you know, you look up to people like your parents, you know, provided you have a semi-good relationship with them, or you look up to friends. For a while, I had a friend, and I only recently, as of last year, like, reunited with said friend. His name's Chase. He's got his life together. He is starting, he's been working on his own business. I need to change my direction here. He has been working on his own business. He's married. He has a kid. He owns his own place. And I value that. But him and I also have shared many opinions over the years, and he and I agree on a lot of stuff. I highly value and respect his position in life, and he's kind of like a role model for me, even though we're basically almost right around the same age. Let me go back and message things. Read messages. Right now, your life is a big, hot mess. I know what that feels like. I lack a lot of fundamental skills, and you feel shame. Oh, you touch upon the scar on my own heart. I know what that feels like. Kind of happy I don't have a relationship because of that. Maybe that make a lot of things worse. I would say that's probably a blessing in disguise, and you've recognized that. Because those are scars that you may have the misfortune of spreading to other people if you choose to get romantically involved with them. Like, that's obviously not to say you shouldn't have a relationship, but I think you're where you need to be, focusing on your own life. And I think you're making a good decision on that. Okay, I'm headed toward anywhere except where I'm supposed to go. What's that strange noise? Oh, hey there. Thank you so much for the subscription. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the things that come from that subscription. How are you doing, if you don't mind my asking? And you know, if not, and you want to just sub and lurk in peace, that's totally fine as well. Please enjoy all the benefits that come with said description. And let me just make sure that I'm not... Oh, that's the event set. It's not what I'm looking for. Where is that coming from? Oh, that is a YouTube subscription. Okay. I'm glad that's working. That's good. That's good. I mean, I would really get into one, and you think it would help you? Yeah, it's like, it's touchy, right? But when a relationship goes bad, which, like, every relationship necessarily has conflicts, it also be really hard to manage. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess you just have to decide when you personally are ready for it. And only you can decide that. So if you don't feel ready, then you're not ready. If you feel like you've got your life together, and not just like totally together, right? But together enough, then that's when, you know, Oh, hello. Can we actually use, we can use this Sheikah Slate function to kind of help us here. I think we're getting pretty close. Just kind of keep following the clearing. Nope. Nope. Yep. I gotta start that all over again. Cool. Let's see. Oh, I was gonna cite scripture, but I think I should avoid that. You definitely feel ready for it. You're not in one because you currently have not had the opportunity. I want to make sure I've parsed that sentence correctly. Well, if you feel ready for it, okay. You kind of just bounce between doubting that and not doubting that as part of your fearful avoidance. Okay. I mean, hey, you're very aware of your own pinholes in your security. You're very aware of your own feelings on this, and that's a good thing. Well, have you talked? I know you sometimes see someone who subs in as a therapist. Have you talked to them about that? Not going to ask for specifics because that's supposed to be confidential. Merely asking if you have told someone else who's in a better position to help you, so to speak. Or, do you think this is just going to take ironing out on your part to figure out if you want to make a move or not? Because usually the dictating school of logic, if you're struggling to find someone, is, don't worry about finding this person. They're going to find you. I have a Twitch associate. His name is Tony1 Kenobi, and this dude was in his mid to late 30s and hadn't had anyone in his life. And then all of a sudden, a year later, and suddenly the man has a child. He's met this other fellow streamer. He's went from having no relationship to having probably one of the best relationships I think I've ever had the pleasure of reading about. It real, true love story. Yeah, so I think maybe the advice I should be giving you is, focus on you and cultivate the best version of yourself you can be. Because someone else is going to see that, value it, and ask you for your hand in going out on a date, and maybe ask you for your hand in marriage at some point. That's kind of the philosophy I'm taking. I'm trying to cultivate the best version of myself I can be, albeit it is happening at a slower pace than I would like. And I will, when I feel a bit more ready to pursue a relationship myself, I will do so. But not a moment before. It is great. I feel really... I should probably, try to go toward the shrine, I guess? Climbing up that's not going to do me a whole bunch of good. Too far in that direction. I hate this portion. I remember this taking a long time to figure out. It's like we basically just need to go this way. Again, really? All right. I'm going this way, game. I'm doing what you ask of me. Sorry, I've been lost here for a while, so I'm kind of focusing real hard on that. Hello. This is set up like a trap. I feel it. This is trap mode. Just random floating chest. You feel like someone can see who you are. You're not really worried about that not happening. At most, there's an issue because you're really isolated, but beyond that, you know what you want to do. You also just gotta put your... Can I clip that? Let's see if I can clip that. Okay, yeah, random tree just shows up. Cool. Kind of sounds arrogant, but recently you felt you kind of knew what you wanted to do. Like you learned how much to expect of yourself when you're exhausted, and how little I realistically do get things done. I would say that's self-realization and not so much, I don't think that's arrogant at all. I think in the context of this whole discussion, it's just self-realization. That's all you're doing, and that's perfectly fine. Just trying to make sure I head the right general direction. Okay, we have a little bit of a break from the darkness. From getting, like, consistently lost, but it's not over yet. That, combined with just accepting life's unpredictability and lack of control and being present and exerting self-love, makes you feel comfortable? Good. Good. Then I think the relationship will find you, given time. And I hope it does. I hope it does. Because I do genuinely think there is someone out there for everybody. Maybe not a soulmate. I think that might be asking a bit too much. But I do think in the grand scheme of things, there's always the opportunity to find someone who completes you. Makes you an even better person. I do really think that. I know, it sounds, hopeless romantic. I'm a hopeless romantic. But, I mean, how do I want to word this? Oh, I think we managed to make it through. I think we just managed to make the clearing. And this is thumbnail worthy stuff. It's what you think of it in this moment. Mm-hmm. That said, I find that I am really the classic hopeless romantic. I am, unlike my peers, talking a bit more about, like, relationship preferences and things. I like courting people. I like, I like the game that is courtship. Because I think it cultivates a stronger relationship. Relationships off one-night stands or whatever, I guess, are also valid. Because that's that person's or those people's lived experiences. But at the same possible time, I think if you don't put effort into a relationship that springs up out of a one-night stand or whatever, it's kind of just destined to fade into the wind. Whereas I feel with courtship, you kind of have to... You're actively putting effort in. Courtship is, let me pause this so I can think a little bit more clearly. Courtship is, it's beyond the first date. So let's say things are official, right? and you've got yourself a girlfriend or whomever. That's stuff like spending time at a park just to spend time with each other, and buying each other gifts, either handmade or tailor-made to that person's specific interests. Like, all the stuff we typically think of in dating is like on most. Sorry, I'm not forming the sentence right. I would say for the most part, the things that people typically do in the dating sphere constitute as courtship. It's just most people don't think of it as courtship because it's the fancy word no one likes to acknowledge. Most people would say, I'm just doing this because I care about them as a person, blah, blah. Those sound like problems I'd like to have. You never got past the initial stuff? Yeah, that's the bump over the hill that you gotta get past. And not to get geopolitical or current events based or anything, but what I will say is that's not an easy task. Trusting other strangers is in short supply, and hookup culture is a real big thing. Hookup culture is a huge thing. Whether you're in the straight space or the LGBT space, that culture is there. It's real, it's palpable, and it has an effect on the dating scene at large. It really truly does. This is a good example of the flexibility stuff you talked about. You have no concrete rules regarding it. Nor did I feel like reflecting on whether or not you care about courtship. It's just something you wanted to do. You address it when it comes up. That's totally fair. I'm the one that had to have a framing for it. Maybe because, I've also read many bits of romantic literature, and I quite enjoy the candlelit dinners and the holding hands and looking into each other's eyes and all that fun stuff. It's not a chest, right? We're gonna talk to these Koroks. Huh? Could it be? Sounds like some good fantasizing material. Yeah, like I said, hopeless romantic, right? I like the concept of being able to have that significant other and pretty much go almost anywhere with them, joining hands on sunny, like sunshine-soaked canyon vistas, or sitting at a movie theater, or pretty much whatever that person likes to do or enjoy, whatever that other person wants to do or enjoy. Or even something as simple as, sitting somewhere, looking into each other's eyes and just talking. Which is nothing to be ashamed about. You have a personal crusade against anything that involves daydreaming. I suppose it is daydreaming in a weird way, huh? Like, it's not... Fantasy and daydream are really not too far apart from one another. You're just changing... You're changing the intention of it. I specifically fantasize. I unintentionally daydream. That involves you specifically daydreaming. That's fair. That's totally fair. It's definitely not a productive thing to be doing, I'll tell you that. Because it means your mind's wandering instead of actively engaging the thing you might in fact want to be fantasizing about, right? But I think the human brain just naturally does that stuff, and to inhibit your brain from doing that, from holding the fantasies or daydreams is... How do I word this? I think it might be a tad self-defeating. I think fantasies are okay to have. You just don't want to go overboard. And I'm spouting the daydreams and fantasies I've had over many years. I'm 32. I've lived this earth a good chunk of time, and those are fantasies I really only started harboring about relationships maybe when I turned 25. Not that long, but I've held them long enough. And I've also have been the victim of a divorced marriage, when the marriage becomes loveless, for one reason or another. And so maybe some part of that fantasy or daydreaming or however people choose to call it is tied back to that. Because if the family life wasn't great until after the divorce already occurred, well, then you're going to fantasize about not having to have experienced that, right? The fantasies are in large part rooted by personal desire. And if your desires range into the wanting a better life or wanting to have the life you never had, well, that's where the fantasies or daydreams get involved, huh? Your brain runs off of experiences and imagined stuff does unfortunately count in a kind of polarizing way, right? It's hard. It becomes hard to separate the tangled skeins of the real and the unreal, the real and the imagined. Yeah, I could see how that would be polarizing. I guess I don't find it polarizing, but again, hopeless romantic. I know that my fantasies aren't real. I'm so used to them not being real. I'm so used to of not even pursuing the fantasy that I know when it's not real. And I'm not saying you don't either, or that nobody knows when that's not real, but I could certainly see why entertaining the daydream on normal, rational grounds might be a polarizing thing. It's polarizing because imagining things fundamentally are very, very limited and full of blind spots. Too true. Your brain tries to constantly draw conclusions or tweak things based on what you experience. Even the things that are unreal. Yes. If your experiences are really unrepresentative of reality, it will train you for something unrepresentative of reality. You're Mr. Hero. Mr. Hero is here. The mushroom on my head suddenly sprouted today. What? I'm sorry, we don't go from greeting someone to talking about mushrooms sprouting on your head. What? What? What kind of conversational transition is this? I knew something was up. It was a prediction that you'd come. I think. My good sir, I don't think mushrooms sprouting on your head is an indicator of anything. Now then, the Korok trials await. Wait, you haven't even touched the sword yet. What are you waiting for? You've got to go to the sword first. I'll tell you about the Korok trials once you've taken care of that. I will in a minute. I want to talk to your friends first. If you daydream to self-regulate, there might be healthier ways to self-regulate. Showering, grooming, sleeping, sitting with your thoughts, talking to a friend, playing a fun game. Yeah, I don't daydream to self-regulate. At least I don't think I am. But it is certainly not a way to self-regulate. I'm not super into understanding impacts of daydreams, but your current understanding of it is that it's partially a silent killer. Interesting. I look forward to finding more out about the sentiment of it being a silent killer. That's got me intrigued. Not gonna lie. Whoa, he's finally here! I've been waiting so long. Go on then, go to the sword. Look, I want to talk to your friends first. Can you just let me do that? I see. I think we have to go to the sword. Oof. I'll go in just a second. Oh, Pestu, you're here. You're gonna make me wait until I've touched the sword, aren't you? I must dance. It's you, we meet again. What's with the silent treatment? Don't you remember me? I'm the musician of Korok Forest, Hestu. I'm impressed you found your way through the Lost Woods and made it here. So have you brought me any Korok seeds? I sure hope so. If you return my lost Korok seeds to me, I'll expand the size of your inventory. More weapons, please, for the love of God. Obligatory shellacking out of the way. Because I would like the ability to actually carry all of my mining and chopping equipment with me. Thank you very much. And I believe Sir Hestu is just gonna stay here, and we can exchange until we either run out of room, or I want to expand different slots. We unfortunately can't skip the part where it explains which, or shows which slot is being opened. Maybe not like a killer, but essentially the more you attach to a version of you, or attach to events or things that aren't real, the more you suffer in the real world. But if you do it, it's not morally bad. It's one of the common things to do. And there's certainly worse things, like physical addictions. That is true. I could see that appeal. That being said, brainstorming about a problem or reflecting on a problem is not daydreaming. Yeah, it's the imagining scenarios that aren't real and becoming attached to it. That's the problem. We're gonna expand like 5 more slots. I think that ought to be sufficient. And then we'll move on to bow and shield slots. Because melee weapons are the things we really want in this game, and we want them badly. And taking existing scenarios and reframing things and going through the implications, that can be really powerful and also have a positive impact. Maybe I also need the maraca popping noise as like a sound alert, just like a jump scare type thing, except not. Yeah, but none of what you described is daydreaming. None of what you described in the last 2 sentences, this one and the last one, is daydreaming, and I think that's an important distinction to make. I'm glad you explained that. Thank you. Okay then, bye-bye. Okay, we have our 5 weapon slots. I'm gonna probably get, let's see, 3 bow and 4 more shield slots. I think that's what I'll oh, we can expand a lot more of these, huh? I bet people really had a lot of fun. You personally daydream a lot or brainstorm endlessly on unsolvable problems, and I guess that's like the other bit of it too, and why it could be considered a silent killer, because you're spending your brain energy on things you can't change or things you can't solve, and especially to people who like to solve problems, or that's kind of what makes them get up and go. That could be an incredibly frustrating experience. I don't know if I class myself as a problem solver, though, in just comparing the things you've said to my own lived experience and how I perceive things now. I don't know if I call myself a problem solver. I kind of sort of think I just solve the problems that are immediately in front of me. And I do plan on a personal level, but I don't go seeking problems. I don't go seeking problems to solve. They just sort of flit in front of me, and I can either choose to lock in on some sort of focus of it, or I can, I think I've ended up upgrading a lot more bow slots than I've intended. spending energy on things you can't change or can't solve is fine. That's what entertainment also is, but it messes with your motivation for doing things. Ah, now we're getting into the real part of all those discussions, huh? All those things you just talked about create a lot of tension, right? There's a lot of tension in the decision-making process on what do you spend time to solve versus what do you just imagine, just dream of. What do you choose to dedicate your time on? And how much do you let it affect your personal motivations for things? It's a subtle tension that's hard to describe. It's easy to think about it in terms of like opportunity cost, but that, to borrow the economic terms here, but I don't think it's strictly an opportunity cost either. And I think even just calling it an opportunity cost is reductivistic on its face. Reductivistic? Reductive. That's the word I'm looking for. There we go. For example, if you have a romantic fantasy with someone you're in a relationship with, your brain will register everything goes great, even when it doesn't. So you'll be emotionally blind to what's happening and therefore unmotivated to change or be honest about what's practical. Yeah, that's where you kind of have to have some discipline on that and realize that it's all just a dream and not be blinded by the daydreaming, right? As you were just saying. Some people are better at that than others. Yes, give me lots of shields. I actually want some rusty ones, specifically for shield surfing. So thank you for the cheap upgrades, Hestu. I think I'll probably get one more shield slot, and then we should be good to go. I guess that means you also kind of have to be critical of your own daydreams, right? If you fantasize about you being the greatest person in the world, your brain will kind of passively throw out stuff that doesn't conform to that and doesn't work and won't not work on it. The vice versa is also true. If you have a bad image of yourself and fantasize about that to relieve yourself, it also makes you blind to the stuff that opposes it. Yeah, I get your point. It's being locked into your own thoughts. You're kind of like making up your own echo chamber type effect, right? You're reinforcing yourself with your own good, overly positive or overly negative thoughts, to the exclusion of all else. Because that's just how human brain work, kind of. You kind of need someone else to snap you out of it. All right. So, in the interest, let's see. Can we actually stand up here? It's an individual echo chamber, and I hate those. I hate echo chambers more than I hate dissenting opinions. I hate them almost as much as people undermining my own freedom. Alright, are you guys ready to watch this? I did say I would show this off. I'm gonna save again, because I don't feel confident in that save for whatever reason. Oh, right. It's...
Link,
okay. Yep.
you are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
Sleepy tree time.
Who is that? Did I doze off again? Well. It's you. You finally decided to return. Better late than never. After 100 years, I'd nearly given up hope on seeing you again. Even my patience has limits, you know. That look on your face tells me that you have no recollection of me, however. I have watched over Hyrule since time immemorial. Many have referred to me over the ages as the Deku Tree. That is the weapon created by the ancient goddess. The sword that seals the darkness that only the chosen knight can wield against the Calamity Ganon.
I'll read that in a
Believe it or
second.
not, it was actually you who wielded that sword 100 years ago. But I must warn you to take extreme caution. The sword stands as a test to anyone who would dare attempt to possess it. As you are now, I cannot say whether you are worthy or not. If you sought to free the sword in any sort of weakened state, you would surely lose your life where you stand. Best of luck, young one.
Okay. Well, that was fun. We just watched a whole cutscene with a sleepy tree talking to us. Yeah, this is the Great Deku Tree, everybody. He is the guardian of the Lost Woods and is in charge of all 900 of his children, the Koroks. And according to lore in the Legend of Zelda universe, the Koroks at one point in the timeline were actually reincarnated versions of Kokiri children. Forest children who kind of looked more like halflings or, you know, a mix of human and elf than these, like, tree sprite things that we now know as Koroks. Pretty neat little collection of figures, if I do say so myself. Itchy nose. Itchy, like, oh, very, very itchy. I might have to go relieve that in just a second. In reality, you don't get to gain that much. You don't get that much life to experience compared to what is possible to gain. And when you factor in that doing any action necessarily prevents other actions in that moment, hence the opportunity cost. It would kind of really suck to spend that very little amount of time also not in the real world and experience what's actually there. Yep, something that lines up very well with the druidic philosophy that I follow myself. That philosophy teaches to all of its adherents, you know, spend your time, you pick a world. You either pick the real one, and if you've got pressing things in the real world, you stay there and you solve them. And then if you don't have anything immediately pressing, only then can you actually offer up the opportunity to entertain matters of the spirit. Of course, life is a lot more complicated than that, but the basic premise of that is just, you know, keep your eyes focused on the things that actually matter, and offering prayers at a murder scene is probably not what you should be doing right that exact second. You know, that's the example that I always use. If there's a real severe accident, you don't offer people to go to the real world. Or the spiritual world. You acknowledge the real present thing happening in the real world, and that's what you should spend your energy on. I find it kind of interesting how I basically have no frameworks involving any kind of spirituality whatsoever, and yet we have really similar values and views. Not by design, I will tell you that. Not by design. I did not intend for that to be the case. And I don't think either of us did. It's just kind of interesting that we can sit here and have... I agree with you. I find it interesting that we kind of have... I wouldn't say opposite life paths, but they're very drastically different. And then somehow we can kind of come to similar conclusions. Or, like-minded conclusions. I do find that interesting. It's something I wish I had with any of the friend groups that I currently have. But then again, you know, there's something to be said for echo chambers, which I just talked about despising. I don't like echo chambers, but I wouldn't mind someone who holds more similar values to myself. Someone who understands things are nuanced, and it's just not as simple as 50,000 people screaming about people being terrible or this person is evil, or whatever. You kind of need to actually see the evidence for yourself and not let other people sway your thinking. In the past, you were even biased against anything that has the word spirituality, and you would just heavily consider it pseudoscience and that it's just bad, which you no longer believe. Sorry, stretching a lot. Oh, okay. Wow, I apparently needed that one. I might have to increase this next break or something. Nah, I'm kidding, but I do probably need to actually get up and stretch, not just go for my next cup of coffee or whatever. I'm for what it's worth, I am personally glad that you've taken a more nuanced opinion on spirituality. Nuance is best, as I come to understand, as I've come to understand over the many years. But I've sort of reached the opposite end of that spectrum, where, well, no, it's more like I pogoed back and forth, where as a young child, I was both an atheist and a nihilist at the same time. A wonderful combination, those two things. Then I had my senior project, and I chose to explore religion with it. And I became a not a saved person, but an aware person. It cultivated and nourished what faith I did have. And then over time, as I went through university and college and all of that, and I've met all of you lovely people here, not just you, Raspy, but everybody, I've come to the realization, or perhaps like the more just long-standing idea, that there really are... Evil is both simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. Good is also simultaneously everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And in history, there is no such thing as the good guys or the bad guys. There is only nuance. There is only perspective. And if you want to understand the total picture on anything, you have to take all the perspectives into account when you make decisions or think about things. You can't just lock in on, yeah, this resonates with my core beliefs, I'm going to ignore everything else. AKA the human experience. I'm proud to say that I have a more nuanced opinion on religion versus spirituality versus philosophy than I did as a younger man. You do have to say, any other person you've met that uses words like spiritual or whatever don't really take in nuance. So the position you hold is really rare. Yeah. I mean, what can I say? Oops, the dice rolled well. It's rare. Because I also find that a lot of other people don't take in any kind of nuance myself. And this is from someone who is routinely exposed to both sides of the coin. My father's side of the family, fairly religious, fairly pious people. My mother's side of the family is a little bit more scattered along that regard. Some are purely secular, some aren't. It kind of depends on which section I'm not sure if your opinion is super nuanced. It's more that you have nothing against it other than to feel the need to inform the implications of the mechanics involved. That's it. Not super educated in specifics in a lot of stuff. It's still nuanced, and you even have the awareness to say that you're not sure how nuanced it is. Exerting the universal truth and that the only thing we know is that we know nothing. I think there's a great degree of humility in that, and you should feel some measure of pride in that. You've got your head screwed on straight, and I could see that, and that's a good thing. Let me read this so I can get to taking our break here. I'm gonna attempt to at least go this extra hour, and hopefully we'll get some measure of what we wanted to get done today. And that requires me having control of the character. And I'll come back and we can continue this riveting conversation. If you hope to pull the sword from its resting place, you must use your true strength. Let us see whether or not you currently possess said power. We're saving, because I think this will kill us. I find it really ironic because the only thing you know is that you know nothing is also kind of wrong, since you clearly know stuff as well. Yeah, I guess it's not really universal truth, is it? Because you objectively know facts. Like, we all objectively know facts, but even just the way we interpret those facts is different. I think was it Socrates? I think it was Socrates who said that. I think he moreover meant that you really shouldn't be seeking, just other random people or even people who are well established for advice, because they may know less than you think they know. You might end up having your illusion of that shattered. I'd have to read a lot more on that, but... Well, if you find any truth within just so little text that is also useful and meaningful, that'd be kind of insane. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to... you would have lost your life if you hadn't released your grip on the sword. Prepare before you try again, for I will not stay your hand part way through the next time. Nope. Again. It's either really true and kind of useless, or really useful but kind of false. Oh, it didn't count me holding the button already. We made a save for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. I said I would show you guys this, and I meant it. That's right. That's right. You can just off yourself pulling on the sword. I'm going to explain this. Link's death. Yes. I'm going to actually leave us on this screen for the break, but we will come back. But you need 13 hearts to pull that sword out. You need 13 hearts. Not a heart less. Otherwise, you will do what I just did and off yourself. You don't want to do that. Make sure you save before you pull the sword. And this is what I imagine you see when you die in real life. Just the game over screen. Yeah, everyone has their own different belief on what happens when you sort of complete your life cycle and you go to your dormancy. I sort of think it kind of grows dark and stays that way. And then depending on what sort of afterlife you believe in, or if you believe in one at all, determines what happens afterwards. And that's a whole different conversation One that would take entirely too long for the stream session, but since we are now 4 hours in, I am going to do a little bit of shilling, and then we're going to take that break. If you guys hadn't considered doing so, and you haven't already done so, follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Those are free, easy ways to help the channel grow. Please also consider sharing this channel with your friends, family, coworkers, associates, so on. I know I have a lot of work to do in the department on social media, and that part's got to be on me, but word of mouth is just as valuable. Just telling someone I exist means a lot. And I please don't think that you have to go sharing links and all that other jazz. You really don't have to do that. Just word of mouth is sufficient. And if you want to share links after you've shared word of mouth or what have you, which I find is what happens when people do that, great. If not, at least the seed is planted. And that's the part I care about. Let me read these and then we'll take this break. You find it really bothersome how much the answer to that question is so connected to how fear work and how death anxiety works. Yeah, I could see that. You find it really hard to take a lot of opinions seriously and not just kind of dismiss it as, well, that person just feels really excruciatingly scared of death and isn't actually curious about the topic. They want relief, or they don't know any better. Like, there are people that are probably just ignorant and haven't been told any other way, and so they just go through life thinking that stuff. I'll be happy to offer more of a statement in just a moment, but we are going to take this break. You guys know the spiel. 3 minutes and 3 minutes. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me. The conversation has been riveting, even if the stream has been longer than intended. And with that, we're going to take this break. See you guys then. Thanks. sorry about that. Had to check in with my folks who were still at the house, so that took a little bit longer than I realized. So sorry. Let's see. Let's just make sure that this scene is set correctly, and then we can continue. Make sure I've not missed anything. Let's check YouTube first. Nothing really. Okay. I find genuine ignorance pretty rare. Me too. I'm only stating it's a possible reason. Ignorance is usually the result of fear. Your brain does physically receive the information that it could be wrong or whatever. If it doesn't make the person question themselves further, it's likely the result of what it means for that info to be wrong. Like the implications have to sink in. You're biased when you say this, but I feel like the model of how emotions work and how fear works explain a lot of the human behavior in a way that's at least a lot more reliable than random human experiences that have logical distortions by themselves being affected by their own fears. Yeah, it is. Your reasoning, as you've been saying before, is intuitive, right? I assume that's how you arrived at your conclusions, is through a combination of experience and intuition. And I can't say that I disagree with them. Just that I have to do my own ruminating on the subject. And at the very least, I'll have tomorrow to do that, in addition to catching up on content and everything. Because I'm behind on YouTube, and I don't like being behind on YouTube. If you hope to extract the sword, you need to summon a hero's strength. Let us see how brightly your life force burns. I don't need to do that, but thank you. My life force burns brightly enough. What are we leaving? Oh, complete the trials. Us Koroks all got together and prepared some trials just for you, Mr. Hero. If you pass the very tough trials we prepared, pulling out the Master Sword will be a piece of cake. Probably. Among the trials is an extra tough one designed by me, the Elder of Korok Forest. So will you test your mettle in the Korok trials? You need to think about it first. Wise boy. The Korok trials. Long story short, you need to visit all the shrines in Korok Forest so that you can be considered a real grown-up. Yep, spoken like a true Kokiri, ladies and gentlemen. It's a ceremony. These things are robot assistant apps now. To clarify what you said about ignorance, info always physically gets to you, but your brain filters out the info that, if it were to be true, would be disastrous to your how you see the world, your worldview. Exactly. Yeah, like I said, the implications need time to sink in, and you need to. The info needs to be repeated in such a way that you cannot simply feign ignorance, or you cannot actually exude that ignorance. I kind of liken the ignorance and how to penetrate such ignorance as giving the brain a massage of information. You need to knead that stuff in gently into a person's brain. And then you need to do it by not attacking their worldview, by showing them ways in which they cannot ignore their worldview being wrong, and then you need to give them time to stew on it and ask for clarification. You can always feign ignorance. It's impossible being able not to do it, excluding actual brainwashing. Yeah, that hasn't even touched brainwashing. That is true. You can't control what people think, but you can inure them with information such that they cannot any longer claim ignorance. At the very least, that's kind of my goal. It's not necessarily to persuade people of things. It is to make them not ignorant. So they have to find new reasons, new excuses for why they think the way they do. When it comes to, like, more saucy, controversial topics, like human rights. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm not sure it's possible to reach that. It sounds like it would make it worse. Just reinforce the worldview. It's all in how you do it, right? It's all in how you do it, which is why I think communications is so important. You ask why. You don't really attack their worldview. That's not how I get that accomplished. It's by exposing them to information. Information that they agree to being exposed to in the first place. And then constantly asking why. That's usually what I do. I try to draw a line at where I think I might be annoying with it, but sometimes other people will draw that line for me, and I follow that. You certainly don't want the boomerang effect. I do agree with you there, but it's all part of the technique. When you have cognitive dissonance, your brain either has to find a reason why the worldview is fine as is, and the new info isn't threatening, or actually swapping to it, but they need a big effing net to catch it. To catch themselves. No, I'm not sure what the end of that sentence is, but I get what you're trying to say. That's the important part. It's a ceremony that every Korok must undertake, and it's based on the trials of the legendary hero himself. I've done it, and so has Hestu, and him over there, and her too, and even the great Deku Tree himself has done it. And ultimately, this net needs a lot of effing support, because the harmful opinions are almost always exclusively rooted in getting support. Now we just need the geopoliticians of the world to, agree with that point of view. The world would be a truly better place if, well, actually, I can't even say that, can I? Because the dissonance has nothing to do with that. Arguing really effectively, like the most effective for a person that depends on that info being true, the very best scenario you get is that a person breaks down really bad from it. And the worst is that they will quadruple down. Oh, well, see, that's the part where I kind of have the mantra that if a person begins going through stuff like that, you stick around. And you help them come to that new worldview. You don't let them just break down and leave them there picking up the pieces of their shattered mind. Yeah, I could do that. And sometimes you have no choice but to do that. And I say no choice, what I mean is whenever those conversations come up, sometimes there's nothing you can do, but you kind of have to ease them into that. Or rather, you need to mitigate the symptoms that come along with the breakdown. Easier said than done, but that's at least the goal I try to have. In my opinion, providing support is infinitely more useful aside from genuinely informing people, because if they get support that doesn't depend on their worldview, they will naturally question what is seen as harmful. Okay, that last part was a lie. He's pretty rooted. Thanks, Chio. That was... You know what? He's pretty rooted. It's a double entendre. It's both literal and a joke. Kappa. Trial 1. In the Southwest Forest, Trial of Second Sight. Trial 2. In the Northwest Forest, The Lost Pilgrimage. Trial 3. In the Eastern Forest, The Test of Wood. If you can overcome the Korok trials, you can overcome anything. We've also prepared some wonderful prizes for you. Now show us what you're made of. Will you do it? Are you doing a little... He's doing a little dance. All right, do your best. And then he stopped dancing. Well, my senators and inductees, we do have 35 minutes, so we're not done quite yet, but It's good that you recognize the support part is important. Yeah, because otherwise, you don't really know what that person's going to do next. It's about making that type of support both during the actual breakdown and like the unrelated support that you're talking about. The nurturing aspect of it, they gotta have that. They need that system in place. Because otherwise, it's the situation when the breakdown happens is not safe. What we might agree on is the fact that I feel like I don't think I'm right with my views. I will only inform why I picked something, but I don't see my views as the right views. Same. I don't really see my views as the right one either, but sorry, I need to reread that because that's what that correction is for. What we might disagree on is the fact that you don't feel like you don't think you're right with your views. You will only inform why you picked something, but you don't see your views as the right views. Regardless of how humanistic I find it, I think I hesitate when I say I've got the right view on things. I really don't think I have the right views on anything either. The most I can say is if you're being a humanitarian about it, I think that's going to be more right, quote unquote, than wrong. But I operate the way I do in life because it's worked. And when I've been there for people who have had breakdowns like the ones we're describing, being there to mitigate the symptoms and show them they have a support network available to them. I'm trying to like think of three things at once here. That's like infinitely more humane. You don't just shatter their worldview and leave it. You help them pick up the pieces. I'm not trying to Seto Kaiba someone's ass because I happen to disagree with them. That's stupid. And by Seto Kaiba, I mean like the whole mind crush thing. Insert typical meme here stuff. Because that's just cruel. All right. What do you Forest kids have to say? Oh, you're not gonna talk to me? Fine. Be that way. I do need to find the nearby Koroks because there are Korok NPCs that will discuss the. Like, we got the overview, but there should be one station for each trial, if I remember correctly. Hey, are you the hero? Could it be? Welcome to Korok Forest. You're much, much cooler looking than I thought you'd be. But to be sure you're up to the task at hand, I prepared a trial for you. What do you think? Will you accept my trial? Well, I wish you would tell me what it is, but sure. Hooray! Show me a rod with the power of ice, please. You can wave this rod to freeze monsters in their tracks. Ice Whiz robes love to wreak havoc with them. If Mr. Hero were to wield a rod with the power of ice, he would be even stronger and cooler. Huh? What's that thing you're carrying? Personally, you feel like a cheat a lot of the time because you rely so much on intuition because you've not read books and such to base your knowledge on. Well, if you feel like you're a cheat or phony, the way to fix that would be to slowly, over time, read the books to either, ground your intuition on, or else at least be aware that there are counterweights to your intuitive look on things out there. I rely more on intuition than I probably know. It's just I have a bit more. I've read a bit more, and I wouldn't say more than you, but from what it sounds like is that a lot of the reading you may have done over the course of your life didn't stick. You chucked it out, right? Perhaps because you didn't need the contents of what you read. Totally valid. I'm merely explaining why. I'm sort of explaining, I guess, why I perhaps don't feel the way you feel on being a cheat. Though it's perfectly valid, and I'm sorry you feel that. But if you... How to word this? If you find that feeling to be a problem, there are avenues to fix it. If not, you know, feel free to ignore what I say, etc., etc. You recognize the blizzard rod on my back, huh, Kula? Whoa, it looks like you've located an ice rod. I've located a blizzard rod. Not just any kind of ice rod, but a blizzard rod. I can make my own Dairy Queen blizzards whenever I want. You're gonna have to equip it to impress me. There you go. All automatically equipped. Is that a blizzard rod? Incredible shimmer. Unbelievable sparkle. Thank you, Mr. Hero. Your weapon is so amazing. Amazingly, wonderfully sparkly. I must give you something as thanks. Are you gonna make me find all the magic rods? Because I have them all. Its radiant golden shine illuminates your soul. Where's the redemption for this? I need the redemption. This is what happens with every golden rupee. Uh-oh.
Goodness gracious, the way it glistens.
Yeah, you want to read stuff eventually, but I'm not entirely sure about it. I mostly just want to keep doing what I'm doing while giving people the caveats that you might be really wrong. Fair. Want to do that so people who are so obsessed with science and pure facts stop dismissing you so much. Well, right, you're the counterweight to the academic world. You rely on intuition, and that's totally fine. Like I said, I'm juxtaposed with you on that. I try not to rely on my own intuition, though I probably rely on it more than I could ever possibly know. It's just I'm grounded by the facts that I'm already provided. Or rather, at the very least, the facts that the world has spent time teaching anyway. You clearly have a strong foundation about it. Like, you can experimentally test it against proper stuff and see what you... Right. Exactly. That's the thing about facts. They have to be tested to be proven. And you really don't prove facts in science either. That's just people being an ignoramus about the way they go about it. You don't prove things in science. You only disprove things in science. You can only ever really say, well, based on the current facts we have, the claim is supported by the hypothesis or whatever. People just aren't bothering to dispense with the correct words because they're difficult to say, and offer less general support than this thing is disproven or this thing is proven. It's definitely a case of human oversimplification ruins the sciences. He sparkles, he shines. You're very handsome for a hero. Thank you. You're a very Kula person, Kula. Get this guy off the stage is probably what many people are thinking of right now. But just because you can't really name books and specific studies or that you don't have a degree, I feel like your attempt should be taken into account. Exactly. Get this guy off the stage, I thought. There are many magical rods in this land. Not just ice rods, but fire and electricity too. Prepare yourself, hero. You must bring peace back to Hyrule. Trust me, Kula. I've got all these rods already ready to go. They work wonders. I know the power of a Wizrobe's robe and rod. Magic is very powerful in the land of Hyrule, and it should be taken seriously. No, I make terrible puns. When I'm actively thinking about making jokes, They're awful. They're cringe. That people groan. Hence why I beat people to the punch by saying, get this guy off the stage, because I thought that was the Korok that was going to explain things. I guess not. So the trials must be at each of the corners, right? If I remember correctly, that's more or less how it's supposed to go down. I think the way to deal with this fear is perhaps not to learn about stuff. You need your own reason, not just, oh, well, other people are being dismissive, so you do it to counter them. You need your own reasons. Since people dismiss you regardless. Right, exactly. I feel like people who dismiss what you're saying because you can't name the science stuff probably weren't open about what you were thinking in the first place. They're the ones that are being closed, not you. How do I want to word what I want to say next? You gonna say something, Sir Korok, or are you gonna just run? This way to the trial. So it's perfectly fine if you never learned that stuff. A Hylian seeks to enter the Korok trial. Is that even allowed? Who cares? Are you here to attempt your Korok trial? Which one is it, Zuki? The Korok trials are challenges Koroks must complete in order to become esteemed members of Korok society. Or something like that. The 3 trials must be completed alone. As for what challenges the trials hold, you'll just have to wait and see. Screw you. Are you here to attempt the trial? Fine. I wish you would give me information on what the trial is, you little whippersnapper. You little plank of wood. Yeah, like if you're content in your own knowledge and you're content in your view on things, then just honestly, I would ignore them. And I know you're doing that. It's just hard to continuously, constantly ignore people who are always or constantly dismissive of you. I know from personal experience. You could sit there with all the facts and information you want, or you could sit there having thought about it for long enough that you've naturally pieced things together. Doesn't matter. People need to go through that journey on their own, or they're gonna dismiss you. I've warned people many times about this event or that one, either from doing the digging or reading what people have to say, and no one's taking it seriously. You haven't been dismissed to that extent that often. I pray that you never experience that. Legitimately. I mean that. It sucks. It sucks, because you could sit there, jump up and down, and say, I figured it out. I've unlocked I know the missing piece. I know the things people aren't saying. That people are disguising with their flowery words and sort of bellicose manner. But everyone has to go through those realizations on their own, is the thing that I've unfortunately had to learn. Especially when it comes to events of a geopolitical or somewhat sensitive nature. You feel really comfortable? Good. Want to experience life itself and see what happens. I hope good things are brought your way then. I hope work continues to get better and better for you. And I hope that your experiences with uni go well. I hope that journey of learning doesn't scar you. All the other typical sentiments that I will file in right here. Oh wow, you really want to try it? I guess it was worth asking after all. Let me tell you about the trial. Oh, finally, I only had to roll my eyes and call you a plank of wood. Let's hear it. All you need to do is keep going and not get lost in the mist. Easy, right? What's wrong? You don't look very excited. We just did that to get here, Zuki. But don't worry, I got a cryptic little hint for you. Is it really a hint if it's cryptic? The hungry trees will show you the way. Spy their iron to win the day. Didn't I make that sound cool? Think about that as you take on the trial. So we kind of saw those two gimmicks earlier when we made our way into the Lost Woods. We had the torches that we had to follow, and then we had the faces that we had to follow. Now we need to repeat the face part of that over and over. This is a... We can pull that out of this thing's mouth, right? No, actually, that's got a crack in it. We could blow it up. Or not. Oh, no. We can actually use magnesis here to help us stay on track. Of course, I think it's less fun when you rely on magnesis, but it is something you can do to ensure you make your way through the trial. And I highly encourage people to use magnesis to, you know, not fudge their way through the trial. Huh. I feel something funny in one of my bottom teeth. Sorry for that. Not sure what's going on down there. I'll have to look into the mirror later. Not again. Maybe I'll have to do the boring thing so I don't flub up the trial a whole bunch. Do I have to talk to you again? Sounds pretty cool considering I came up with it on the spot. I find living kind of frustratingly simple. If I feel dissatisfied, you work on setting the bar lower. If you're exhausted, you take a break. If you're overwhelmed, you focus on understanding what's going on and protect yourself. And it's like 5 or 6 more of these, and that's mostly it. At least as tools and strategies to use. The experiences themselves are unique. I could see how you might think that. And perhaps looking at it with such an analytical approach, I probably would find it simple. Because you employ the strategy and it either works or doesn't. I find that perspective kind of frustrating. Maybe it's because I don't think of it in quite the same way. Life is innately complex. Not saying that you don't see it that way, just that employ all the strategies you want. Hopefully they work. Life being simple. There are really worse things than life being simple. When life is not simple, it is overwhelming. I almost find that there's really no in between. You don't want it to be complicated. The simpler it is, the better your overall experience with it can be. It's just also boring when it's simple. And I don't know if boring is really a big issue or anything. Trying to make sure I think about the way I want to frame it. I would count frustratingly simple as a blessing sometimes. Because if it's simple, that means you're not having to adapt all the time in ways that are physically or mentally taxing. That's all. The underlying mechanisms are very complicated, but the way you self-regulate and decide on what you want to do and stuff is kind of simple. Okay, so it's the human part of it that's somewhat simple. Okay, this is... Okay, I was a little concerned that I was gonna get gotten and grabbed by the ghoulies here. Just gonna keep going this way. Hopefully there's not a treasure chest under this. Hi! Come this way so I don't phase out, please. Yeah, I guess I could see from your point of view what you mean by that. Yeah, it's like you only have so many options, right? Even though life is increasingly complicated, you only have but so many avenues to solve it, so to speak, as a human being. And I could definitely see the frustration in that. And even if you have a lot of hello. You stop. Find where this is, and so I can keep going. Even if you have advanced mechanics, it's still simple in the way that you start by addressing what you do in a crisis, and then what you do when it's less and less of a crisis, and then mostly managing how you feel. The possible actions you could take are very few and are somewhat predictable. Yeah, when you look at it that way, the human experience is linear, huh? Yeah, I could see how that would be frustratingly simple. I guess I don't quite see it that way. I suppose this frustration is like a need to fight the process, or like stop the process. Because what I'm really I'm really upset when there's certain solutions you just don't like and you want to avoid them. Yeah, you gotta take your medicine sometimes. Let me find where this next thing is supposed to be. I want to be heading toward this lake, I guess. Not much to do, I suppose. Yeah, I can understand why you're frustrated. And why you might want to recoil away from the solution, because there feels like there's just nothing else. Well, maybe perhaps what you might want to consider is how you break the cycles, and whether or not it's worth breaking such a cycle. When it comes, I'm trying to think of an example here that I could use to keep this discussion going. Let's say you have a conversation with a person, or like a disagreement or a dispute over something, like college roommates or something. Because that can I can often think of scenarios where I've had arguments like that. Great to see you growing an audience. Thank you, Mario. I really appreciate that. How is your journey going in cultivating a similar audience? Hopefully it's going well. Whenever you notice yourself fighting the process, you kind of take a step back and look at what it'd mean if that were possible. And the answer is that if the process stopped, even if it's heaven, at least the model of heaven you imagine, that'd really suck. Mishaps fundamentally give meaning to actions. TLDR, heaven sucks. That's where we're going to disagree a bit. Heaven's the final destination. You shouldn't really have any more problems to solve once you've reached it. Otherwise, what would be the point, right? Feed me the aged shield guarded by monsters eternal. My brother will repay you in kind. Drop. I like how it just slid out from the bottom as well, like a vending machine. People on YouTube, also, please feel free to, like, jump in. I don't only want the conversation to be on Twitch. You know, if you don't want to, that's totally fine. These sorts of conversations Brasby and I are having are not really quite for everyone. Everyone has different tolerances. But I want to make sure I'm not being exclusionary today either. Let me describe what you mean by heaven, because it's most likely different. Yeah, you and I probably do want to interpret want to make sure our interpretations aren't lining up, but that they're understood. I imagine heaven being a place without problems permanently, without mistakes. It's a place you stay at permanently. Yeah, that's kind of a good way to think about it. Of course, I only have the spiritual version of it, but if I were to imagine a secular place that would kind of be like heaven, I could certainly imagine it being a place where you don't need to move and that there are no problems. Please place the chest in my mouth. The Shield Eater's brother stole it from me. What? Let me get back on the raft here. So that would really suck. So you would find heaven boring. Do I understand that correctly? Boring, stagnant, it'd be really meaningless to experience. There is nothing to experience. It's somehow analogous to death. Well, the fun thing about heaven is it only really happens to you if you die, and a certain level of criteria is met. And then after that, you don't really know what comes next. We could theorize, and that's how all these sorts of, that's how all the religions really kind of came to be. Is just thinking about that death anxiety that you've pinpointed in other previous discussions before, Rasby, is just the idea that people want to think about what heaven might mean. You don't believe in heaven, but you use heaven as a concept or an example of the process is stopped in a way where things seem great. Where is this shrine? It's here. Okay, here's hoping we don't need to keep a Korok leaf with us. One of the nice things about the weapon slots, though, is that we can probably keep a Korok leaf on hand if that's what we want to do. Yeah, I think that would be the secular version of heaven, because the spiritual one is definitely more of the you shouldn't have problems to worry about ever again. Though the Christian version of the concept is more of a you still do some things while you're in heaven, but there isn't really. I find it is kind of weird because, according to scripture, you technically work there. You live there. You don't really. You go through the experience and you don't die. It's a totally different version. A lot of people, I think, sort of view heaven with this sense of finality. And I don't think Christians tend to see it that way. Hey, you're still on. Hey there, Devious Grease. Good to see you. Glad you could make it here. Yes, I'm on. It's not normally what's supposed to happen, but I'm here and I'm live. Let's get that shout out going while I get this dialogue processing. If you guys don't know who Devious Grace is, please check them out. They're a variety streamer much like myself, but they dabble in horror and shooters. So if you guys like an even bigger variety of games, well, you know who to look at. More Resident Evil. How is that going, by the way, if and you don't mind my asking? Or was that from, like, multiple sessions ago? Just out of curiosity. I think we'll probably call it here as well, because my right arm is starting to kind of act up. I haven't eaten anything. Need to eat something. I need to go engage in some level of self-care. But before we part ways, I do want to, at the very least, go exchange these spirit orbs and get a little closer to pulling out the sword in the stone. That's supposed to be a reference, by the way. Look, I'm not a film buff, but I do know some films. I promise. Your views are completely secular. That's fine. I'm in the weird in between. I guess if I had to place myself, I'm definitely in the weird in between. In regular death, thank you so much for that subscription. I will definitely update that panel for Friday. I don't know why an event didn't play, but whatever. We can fix that. That is a tier 1, so it's this one. That's why it was taking me a while. No biggie. I'm glad. I'm extra thankful for that gift. Thank you. Make sure I hope people heard the test noise. If people didn't hear the test noise, let me know, and I will try to fix it. I don't know why Firebot is having issues, but it is. Either way, you just kind of want to summarize it. You feel like the process being stopped, even in a nice way, is a lot worse than the process going on, even if it involves a lot of suffering. Yeah, it's like, are you okay with the stagnation or not? A lot of people view that sort of stagnation as a gift, but maybe it's worth examining whether it is a gift or it's a curse. I don't need to go here. So whenever you feel dissatisfied with life and want it to be different, I remind myself what it really means if you really got what you wanted, which is process being stopped in a particular way. But how are making sure I'm having good conversations here. How are things in your part of the pond, Devious Grace? How's work going, if and you don't mind my asking about it? Hopefully it is going well. I would like another heart container, please. In a particular way is not the yeah, right. It's the process being stopped. Feels like it kind of issues. Again, it's the stagnation without resolution. Rambling done. All these things more I'm sure will probably be discussed in some avenue in the tea house. It's 3 a.m. Yeah, you mentioned you were going to be gone like maybe 35 minutes ago. I'm surprised you hadn't left. I wasn't going to say anything though. Your life. You're the one that has to live it. Yeah, ADHD and all that. Completely valid. Been working all day and just getting food. What sort of food? And while you're mentioning the food, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up for here today. For you guys on Twitch and YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I'm Thai food. Thai food. The closest I'm getting to that today is ramen, I'm afraid, but Thai sounds fun.
Goodness gracious, the way it glistens.
We just played that one not that long ago. Let's get some shoutouts rolling, and maybe we actually probably have enough to raid with. So let's see about the raid. I know the perfect associate to raid. Please go check out Reaver Bone. Gonna go ahead and start this raid. Feel free to join or not. It's totally up to you guys. if this is where we part ways, so be it. But I do want to thank everybody for hanging out with me again. Make sure I'm reading messages. Definitely responsible, but if you can, next time, please remind me if you have the option. Understood. Because sometimes it's more of the case you want to go to bed, but you lack the awareness. You got it. You want me to let you know when you've said something like that? Acknowledged. Either way, you're very used to having to wing stuff if you're staying with things over time. I'm glad you at least... I'm glad you made me aware, though. Now I know to do something about it next time. My senators and inductees, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you guys so much. My name is Coinstamp. We will be back on Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as always, or, 1300 hours elsewhere. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves. Please feel free to check out the Discord in the About Me section or in the description on YouTube. And with that, you're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, and goodbye.